Hi, Dimples. Hello, hello. I know y'all seen that trailer. Hey, Camilla. Hi, Emma. Hi, Lele. Hi, Monet. Welcome in this afternoon, I guess. Hey, Moda. Hello, pretty. Hi, Nicole. You are on time. I literally just started. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Lavish. Hey, Juanita. Hey, boo. I, you know I did, Juanita. You know I did, girl. Hey, Denise. Yes, Emma. We must. We must. Hello, Elle. Hello, Tiffany. We must discuss. Hi, Diane. Hi, Siobhan. Yes, we have to. Hey, Elisa. Hey, Annabelle. Hey, Dami. Hey, dark skin lover girl. Hey, yes, Diane. Same. Oh, thank you so much, Juanita. Hey, Amina. Yes, I am so glad. Is it Keon? Hi, Keon. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Davi. Welcome back in. Thank you so much. Hey, Jasmine. Hey, user. A bunch of numbers. Yes, Wendy. We got to get into it. Hey, Marie. Hi, Jaleesa. Did I say your name right? Is it? Oh, it's Kiana. I see it now. The whole thing is there. Period, Davy. Period. Hi, Anika. Yes, I read the Teen Vogue article too, Amina. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's up, Tata? Hi, Jen. I was happy about the article because it definitely, oh my gosh, thank you. So funny. I love that one. Hi, Lisa Denise. I liked the article because it kind of touched on a lot of what we were saying last night, right? Which is like people define friendship in ways that make sense to them. You know what I mean? No, Tata, you're fine. I've literally been on for 60 seconds. um, Hi, I'm a user 95, but we were saying last night, right? Like people define, hi, Chris, friendships, as what makes sense for them. And so they were able to really speak to a lot of that. I think Nikki just came in. Hey, me too, Lele. And their pictures were so beautiful. Hey, Ian. Hi, Wendy. Thank you for the follow, Wendy. Hi, Yoli. Hi, Fernando. So yeah, y'all. Yes. Yes, I did. I did. Thank you. I did. I absolutely saw the extended trailer. So I have, I'm actually not mad. I'm not mad. Yes, Taj, I am in here to talk about it. You already know, V. You already know. Hi, Kimberly. I have the app. So I get a notification as soon as anything drops. And I'm actually not mad that she's crying because what y'all not gonna do is keep dehumanizing my girl. They just posted it to their Instagram, and if you want to go watch it and come back, it is now on the Instagram too. I think it was better in the app as far as like I felt like it was a little bit more zoomed out so you could see more of what was going on, but it was still good. Not your Twitter figure's been going at it. Thank you, dark skin lover girl. Thank you, Monet. Nothing, Tata. We're literally just coming in. Thank you all so much for the likes already. Kimberly, I hear that. I want to hear more about why y'all are mad about it. It is posted on Love Island USA's page on Instagram. It's also in the app if you have the Love Island app. I know. I hear that, Pauline. I hear that. Hi, Ebony. Olandria chokes up, starts to cry, and is telling Hilga how she was hurt, that she didn't say anything to defend her. Hannah also was crying. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Hannah also cried. I'm curious about what Hannah is crying about because I see Hilga like comforting her. And so I'm curious what I feel like the only thing Hannah could be crying about that we know about. Now Hannah's always crying, Lele. And that's what I'm thinking, but I'm like, well, what did she see that made her cry about, like, what happened? You know what I mean? Like, what, damn, what was said that would make her cry? You know what I mean? Like, I would think it might feel like revelatory, like, oh, okay, damn, you know, but whatever was said in the vote off made her cry. That makes me curious about what got said. I don't know if I think it's because he moved on with Iris. What do you mean she's friends with Alandra, so it's maybe not that deep? Do y'all mean Hannah? Do you think, Kiana, you think it's something that 404 said? Whatever it was that she saw, because they said after seeing that, how do you feel? And she said, I just need a minute, and was crying. So I think whatever it was, it hit her enough that made her cry. And I guess I'm just curious, like, what could have possibly been said that made her feel like she wanted to cry? Like, maybe they're happy tears? Like maybe somebody was advocating for her. I don't know, y'all. I don't know, but it does make me curious what was said that caused the reaction of crying. I think it was the voting discussion. It does look good, right, Anne? They like Amaya more. Oh, okay. Maybe she heard them say that. Yeah, I always thought Hannah had a really cute energy. And I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I appreciated when she was like, yeah, hi Neek. When she was like, oh, thank you so much, Neek. When she was like, about Charlie and Austin, how like she just like realized like pretty quickly after talking to them that like they were not gonna be a vibe. Thank you, Amina. Like that their like values like didn't align. Like I'm always down for someone that's like, yeah, no, I'm not. Hey P, I'm not fucking with it just because you're cute. Yeah, the trailer is out, user. The trailer, did you watch it? Okay. Y'all, I know we're talking about Alandria crying, and we're talking about oh my gosh. And we're talking about Hannah crying, but y'all, we're not gonna talk about Ryan's lapse in judgment. Sir. Sir. Even if he didn't cheat, he had a lapse in judgment about something that was clearly a tight conversation. It might be. I think it could be that. Siobhan, that's fair. Yeah, it could be that. It could be no, I'm not Ebony at all. At all. I think it could be something small. I think they're blowing it up, right? Obviously. Um, it's not cheating if the relationship isn't real. Y'all. Y'all. P, exactly. The words matter. And so I am curious why. And that's all they keep telling us, right? My mom shed a tear when she left because she knew he about to fuck it up. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Y'all continue to like the live for me, please, so that it can be shared out. His mama was like, damn it. You're so funny, Ebony. I am early again today. I'm trying Dark Skin Lover Girl to go live every day. So I'm playing around with times that make like sense for my life. Yeah, I'm curious what Andy meant my journey to, because he said, "Oh, Ebony, I'm always happy to have you here. Thank you for sharing the live, Toya." Um, Kicking it with Jazz. If you say LOL at the end, then everything you said before doesn't matter. Duh. I am excited for the reunion, Dominique. The trailer actually made me feel like it might actually do a little something, something. Yeah. Yeah. So last night, we were on here for a while. We're always on here for a while. But one of the things I said was that I thought Jeremiah might be the breakout character of like who was going to like come in and really stand on business that people were not expecting. Like I thought he would be that person to do that. And the fact that he clearly said something to Ace about and I said that I thought he and Ace would have a hard conversation, which we knew that that was likely, because how did they get to not talking to they're all following each other? You know what I mean? He said he made mention about like being called a scammer after he was like already dealing with so much. And I said last night, I think he's the one that has some things that were said about him that he's going to feel like he needs to come in and correct after he's had now some time to reflect on it. Yeah, I wonder, print petals, and Taylor said that, but y'all know Taylor be lying. So I'm like, did he really? Oh, thank you, AK. Thank you, Sylvia. Like, did he really lead the conversation? Taylor don't give leader energy to me. He don't really be giving like, oh, thank you, Sci-Fi, for sharing the live. He doesn't give like strong energy to me. Like, I feel like Taylor would be the one over there like cracking jokes like, boy, can you stay focused? Shut up. So yeah, he said that, but I don't know. I don't know. I know exactly, AK. Like, huh? Those don't feel like they go in the same sentence for me. For me. Hi, T. User asked the question, do we think Huda is truly sorry, or is she just sorry because she's getting called out? I think if she was sorry, she wouldn't have to keep waiting to be called out to say it. You feel me? When I know that I am wrong about something and I am sorry about something, I don't need you to invite me to offer you an apology. I'm going to take accountability for my actions. I'm going to apologize. You don't ever have to accept it, but I need you to know that I recognize I was wrong, how I was wrong, etc., etc., etc. I don't need your invitation to be sorry. And I think to Alandria's point, right? I agree, Ginger. I hear you, it's Myla J. To Alandria's point, like, you didn't defend me when you knew I was getting all of this. So I said last night, I was like, maybe the race conversation will come up because of what happened with Kenny, and then feeling like, okay, we have to like bring it up. But it seems like maybe the girls are going to bring it up. Exactly. Okay, clock that T. Clock that TV. Hold on. Let's talk about how she's sorry, yet her fans are still going at an extensive rate with both girls. Even after this reunion has been aired and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm genuinely so sorry. She's still on mute when it comes to them folks. Hi, Keita. And so yet again, this is what I be trying to tell people when I be like, she's been accountable. Y'all don't know what accountability is. Y'all let people play in your faces, and that's okay. Hi, Sass. Y'all let people play in your faces, and that's cool because that's how you like to move through life, but that's not how everybody does. If you want to tell me you're sorry, you're going to have to actually change behavior. And the fact that Alandria explicitly says You didn't defend me like when you knew what was coming at me. She knows that the next right step, if I'm being accountable and I truly am, the next right step would have been to come on here and be like, hey, stop with the anti-black racism and misogynoir. If you are a fan of my, she would have did what Leah did. That was the next right step, right? And so for me, it's like at this point, I don't really want to hear. I cannot wait for the reunion to be over so she could just like not exist in dialogue anymore, right? Because we're only continuing to talk about her in relationship to this situation. Do you think they told them not to do anything until after the reunion? Kiana, I think that's a little bit complicated because I know that they left the reunion and like unfollowed Coco. I could see why they may not want to give too many things away. So I could see like that part of it being true. Like, okay, don't go making like big old moves after the reunion is, you know what I mean, filmed. Wait a minute. Hi, Franny. Wait a minute. Welcome back in. So that we have like a little bit of like shock and surprise for people. So I could definitely see that being true. You know what, Sass? That's possible, but I think I'll be less frustrated with this year's reunion than I was with last year's. Yeah, the wheels on the maturity bus do not always go round and round for Honda Civic. I agree. Yeah, I mean, y'all, I thought that Shelly was definitely going to continue to be diplomatic. Well, what I said multiple times last night, right, is like, Shelly's very diplomatic, and I feel like I only really see Shelly call the things out when it like directly impacts her. And she does. I know, I'm gonna have to watch it multiple times, Camilla. She does call it out. When it comes to Honda Civic, right? Like the switch up being odd for her. Clock that part, AK. Imagine if Jeremiah and Chris had treated Honda Civic the way she treated them. Would people be defending those men? No, they wouldn't. No, they would not. They don't see how this is ruining Honda Civic's image. Nobody will want to work with her at all. And her management, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but people told me her management person is a black man from the UK. Is this right? Kiana, she said a couple of different things about Chris. I know, Nichelle, right? Her management is not doing a good job managing. Like, not Louis says, no, not Louis. Whoever her management is, I heard that he was a black man from the UK. But when I was watching back the playbacks of them being in the that streamer house, it was a black woman that they were saying was her manager. So I don't know. Either way, her management is not doing a good job. They're doing wrong by her, in my opinion. I don't think that that's shady. Phoenix, there's a ton of names. And mostly it's just to avoid saying her name, to try to avoid her stands making it into your spaces. Yeah, I agree, Beatrice, right? People see the numbers and they don't realize that the majority of the people that are following her don't have buying power. So they're attaching to her because they see the numbers of followers and they're like, oh my God, this is going to be great for my career. But her fans don't even have jobs, so they don't have buying power right now. I like Hexagon. Yeah, that was Mookie. That was Anon. Mods, can y'all boot them? What? You're doing the most. Sorry, y'all. This person is like spamming. No. Okay, they're already blocked. Thank you. It is fast. It is fast. Thank you, y'all. Woo. I've talked about that before, Beatrice. I've talked about that before. I haven't seen Alandria's new hair yet. Somebody said that 404 went and got her hair done as well. I don't know if I think it's just because Alandria went and got her hair done, y'all. I think that would be very hard for her to have planned. I don't know if I think it's that level of like obsession. That feels weird. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Like she's going to New York Fashion Week. Like I think it's just, you know, she has something to do. No, I haven't heard he's getting a tattoo. Okay, sorry y'all. I'm trying to stay focused. I'm trying to stay focused. Okay. Maybe dark skin lover girl. She definitely might be like reevaluating the way that she moved. Yeah. Okay. I get why y'all might be thinking that. I get why you might be thinking that. Hi, Olam. Okay. Beatrice, I don't think so. I think a lot of them did not watch the show. And I don't think she did. I think she's been most happy watching clips because that gives her the narrative she likes. I did see the last live, AK. We talked about it last night too. Beatrice, I agree. It is a hard watch. And I think for someone that... no, Gemma, we've been on for like 20 minutes. I think for someone... Yes, thank you, Anika. Y'all please tap the screen. It'll just help us to be shared out. I think for someone that also was not... like did not have a good portrayal. I did, Nunu. That's what we're in here talking about. That like that would be there even harder to watch back. Oh, V wants to know, what exactly do I think Hexagon did in the heart rate challenge? I think that she turned around and sat her bum on that man's face. That's what I think. I think she pussy popped on his mustache. Yeah. Well, you know, Nathan, you know. Yeah, I think she also did like a very aggressive licking. And we've seen her make the gesture, but to actually make contact is a whole different fucking thing. And if that's what happened, do I think Olandria is going to confront Taylor at the reunion? I have to think about that. Because I will say, right, if she does, I don't think it's going to be because she wants to, or like because she's just like, we need to talk about this. But I could see them bringing up that moment, and so then them having a conversation about it, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly, Alexandra. I think that what might happen is they will bring up that moment, and so then a conversation will ensue about it. Because that was like the biggest sort of like Aggie moment about Alandria. So I think that they're going to want to bring it up. I hope that he gets dragged for it by someone other than Alandria, if I'm honest. Do I think that Nick will check Taylor if the conversation happens? I don't think so. I think Nick will say something, but I don't know if I would perceive it as like what I might call a check. You know what I mean? I think it might say, I think it could sound something like, you know, to be fair, you had said this but you were doing that, and so, you know, I think it might sound more like that than it was no reason for you to be talking to her like that. You was tripping, motherfucker, who you think you are. Like, I don't think it's gonna sound like that. I don't think it's gonna sound like that. I don't know if I think he'll be quiet. I just think it's not going to be what everybody wants it to be, right? Which, to be perfectly honest, Mookie, for real, I died here for Marcel. Not T, that was my script. Like, I don't necessarily feel like he's going to be quiet, but I don't think it's going to be what people want it to be. All that matters, though, is that Alandria is okay and happy with and feels protected and supported by his response. That's really what it boils down to. Because here's the thing. I will tell y'all, I'm a good quiet checker. I'll be cool, calm, and collected, and you be crying at the end of the conversation. I don't always have to pop off for me to say what I need to say and for you to hear what the fuck I said. You know what I mean? And so I don't think it's going to be big, this big production like everybody wants it to be. Gigi said, I hope we get to see Olandria's real heart rate challenge footage. I don't know. I think if they was going to give it to us, they would have gave it to us. Or maybe, here's a theory, maybe we didn't get it during the season because they wanted to wait to give it to us at the reunion. Especially because of 404's comment, like whether they knew 404 was going to leave at that point yet or not. 404 had already told Nick that she didn't want him kissing people that he had expressed interest in. Obviously, Olandria didn't know that. So it still would have been spicy that like this kiss had happened. So they could have kept it so that if Nick and 404 had been together, it could have been like, so 404, how'd you feel about that? Because you had told Nick you didn't want him to. And then Olandria did this, right? So either way, they might have kept it in order to give us that at the reunion. Ray said, do I think they'll bring up Huda liking Ace and that being part of the reason she did that? Who do you mean by they? Do you mean like Andy and Ariana, or do you think or are you asking me if I think that the actual cast members will? Thank you so much. Hello, Kelly. Okay, yes, or hi, K Camp. I don't know if I think anybody will address it. Y'all, if you're putting questions in and I'm missing them, will you drop them again? Just because I do want to try to answer your questions, but my chat moves so fast. I guess there's some way to slow down the chat. I don't know what it is. Wait, V, let's hear your theory. So I don't know if anybody will bring that up explicitly. If we get we know that we get the full unedited heart rate challenge around at least one component of it. And back to that girl not being sorry. This is another thing she's not sorry about, because she's literally like, bitch, you still think it's funny? You know what I mean? So I don't exactly, Lena. So I don't think I don't know if it'll get brought up unless it's in relationship to that, right? You said this, and then I heard you say afterward in the podcast this. Like, it could be brought up in that way. Shay, I hope so too. Or, at least that they address that they have had that conversation. Oh, V, you think that 404 might have done that? So V says that they think 404 might have pulled the girls and told them not to go to Nick based on what O said during the live the other day. Honestly, that would make sense, because remember, Nick said, I don't know why all the girls are skipping me. Remember, he said that during the chat. I don't know why all the girls are skipping me. And so Olandria choosing to not skip him was always going to be T, whether her and Nick ended up together or he and 404 ended up together. It was always going to be she did it anyway. Adelaide, but did Shelly kiss him or he kissed Shelly when he was performing? Did Shelly come over to him and kiss him? Because he explicitly said during the challenge, I don't know why all the girls are skipping me. So like maybe she did say that and that's why it would have been T either way and that's why they kept it for the reunion. You know what I mean? Maybe she didn't, Lena. Maybe she didn't. Oh yeah, we definitely know she was saying that about Ola. Ebony said this season was way too freaked out though. Okay, y'all, will you you think Nick kissed Shelly to show Olandria that he likes black women? I don't know. I don't know that I think that. Let me tell you why. Because Olandria's thing was always like, not that she didn't think he could be attracted to her, but that she felt like it may not be more than that. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I mean, I did see what Chris said to Huda. Hold on, dark skin lover girl. Let me respond to that, and then I want to respond to that. I think also like part of the reason that they picked Shelly is because 404 clearly has a thing for Shelly. She told us from the very beginning she had been waiting to get her lips on Shelly's lips, right? So I think that was part of it too. Yeah, I think that Olandria always knew that he was attracted to black girls. For her, the question was always, is it anything more than that? Like, is it more than like a fetishizing? Dark skin lover girl, did I see what Chris said to Huda? I did when he said that he didn't respect what she was saying in the media about him. Is that what you're talking about when he said like he didn't respect it? She did. It's Miguel. She told Nick not to kiss anyone that he had a connection that would make her feel uncomfortable. Ebony, I feel like they didn't go on as many dates as they usually would because we had a reign of terror for so long in the villa that at some point it's like, we just need to stabilize this motherfucker. We ain't got no joy to be going on dates. Okay, yes, dark skin lover girl. Yeah, I did see that. And I thought that was so interesting. And I'm glad that he said that. I'm glad that he said, oh, I'm glad that he said, I don't respect it because I don't think that she's been moving respectfully. Disrespectfully. I don't think she's been moving respectfully about the other Islanders. She is aware of the platform that she has, the people that she has watching her, and how you have a certain level of responsibility with what you do and say with that level of a platform. And so you need to make some choices about how you're going to discuss certain things. So the way that she's navigated conversations has just been with such a lack of precision and care. And I agree with him. I don't respect it. And I think that it's good that he's actually said something. I am curious when the Vogue interview actually happened as well. But I will say this, Olandria is in that blue outfit in the Vogue interview, which we know was during their time in New York from the pictures that we saw. Toya, I think that Jeremiah is going to. Okay, yeah, I thought so, Camilla. Like, I know it was during the time that they were there. Do I think that they showed Hannah's dumping? I think that they might have. I am very curious, Nathan, as to what was said that made her cry, though. Bella is being, they have suspicion that she's dating Jeremiah. Thank you for sharing the live. Thank you for the likes, y'all. Barry with the fatty. Yeah. Yeah. I know, AK. Stop, Shay. It would have been nice to have Hannah stay a little bit longer. I thought she was a fun girl to watch on the show. I think we needed more like fun energy in that villa because it was just so dark and gloomy sometimes on that show. And she like, I feel like Hannah did a good job of like shooting this shit straight too. So it would have been nice to have her stay. Do I think Pepe still had or has for Hannah? Like, are you wondering if I think it's still present? Has, okay. I don't know. I don't know if I think that Pepe had super deep feelings for Hannah to begin with. I felt like they were having a good time. He likes to comfort through smecks. You know what, Amaya? I don't know if I think people actually did pass the psych test. I think the way they do pass, maybe their passing of the psych test is simply, are you having any like SH, SI, or HI? And if none of those are true, you're good. Like, I don't think they're doing it based on what we saw this season. I'm not sure that I believe that they're doing it to determine whether or not people are going to be okay in the villa and okay mental health wise, as much as they're like, okay, so long as you're not gonna hurt yourself or nobody else, we'll take everything else that comes with you because it's gonna help to create a particular environment in the villa. Do I think they need to do a better job of, you need to have someone that clearly knows which sorts of energies to put together? Because baby, yes. Actually, Sass, it's like very extensive. It's like 900 questions or something. I don't necessarily mean that she was unstable, Fairy, with the fatty. What I mean is that certain energies are gonna create certain experiences in the villa, right? And this is true for any reality TV show, right? Depending on the psychological background, the mental health, the energy, the attachment styles, all the things that's going to impact the experience of the villa. And so her dynamic with how some of the dynamics of the other people were created a really hard time in the beginning. I hear that dark-skinned lover girl that they have a therapist that they can go see. I don't know if they actually be going every week. I don't believe them. But, you know. I think the only person that I've heard, the only islander I've heard say that is the girl that lies all the time. I would not put it past her. I could believe that. Yeti, oh, thank you so much, Barry, with the fatty. Yeti, I don't know what you mean by that. Sierra, Alandria, and Shelly all move the same way. I think that's a wild statement to make, and like I don't have enough information as to why you think that. Helga was definitely volatile, and unchecked for views, hence the Chris coercion could even happen. Exactly. Amaya not lose her license or lose their license. V, I don't know yet. I agree. Oh yeah, sass for sure. Not Hulk was being Hulk. What can we say? Jasmine, no, I heard that they actually have a villa therapist, but again, the only person that I heard say that was the one that lies. So I'm like, have any other Islanders ever said that? Because if so, baby, send me the app because what's happening? Okay, Leah did last season. Yeah. Do they actually make them go see the therapist? Do they make them go see the therapist, or they can go see the therapist? Like if they want to. I know they made her. Okay, so the therapy is mandated while they're there? Not does the therapist have a license? If they make them go to the therapist, then yeah, everybody did, right? Okay, some people are saying it's not mandatory. Some people are saying it is. It's really hard to mandate therapy. That's why I'm curious, like, is this actually true that they're mandating it in order to be on the show? You know, Beatrice, I heard that he went back home. I really hope that like with his mom, and so I hope that EJ's getting the support that he needs. Okay, Miriam, sorry. On their day off they do. So they just do like a full day of therapy. Okay. Well, y'all, shit, I don't know. It seems it's a little bit back and forth. Either way, it seems that people at least have access to go if they wanted to. EJ's a creator on this platform. There was a whole, I won't get into that too much, but there was a whole now she had no day off. There was a whole situation with EJ and how people felt about, I don't know, Leandra. I just know they ended up ending. I got off when the Avengers got on. They overstimulated me, so I don't know. Snowy. Okay, so Snowy, I'm not, because that would have to be a sub only chat because it's way too nuanced and I'm not having it. Snowy's daughter asked a good question. And whose objectives would the therapist prioritize, production or Islanders? I will tell you, according to their license, they should be prioritizing their clients, which would be the Islanders. But I would be curious to see. It's not any of my business. I was going to say, I'd be curious to see the contract, you know what I mean? We're not, We're not. But typically the way that therapy works, right, is that they would need to, if they're coming on the Islanders as clients, they would have to sign paperwork as clients. And so that's who you're prioritizing, is your client. Your obligation and your loyalty is like to your client, right? So my thing was like when I have little kids come on as a therapist, I would totally work their dark skinned lover girl, but they would probably fire me. They would get mad at me probably. They would get mad at me. But I would say, like when I live in Colorado. It actually wouldn't matter if they're 1099 or W-2. It doesn't matter. Your client is still your priority. I've been both a W-2 and a 1099. My contract, my legal obligation is to my client, not the agency or the people that I work for. So if I had a kid come on in the state of Colorado, they can agree to their therapy at 12, which means at the age of 12, I'm legally not obligated to tell parents anything else, right? My obligation is to my client. And so I'm saying that even applies when it's a kid, y'all. Only if there were SI or HI would I even or like be involving the parents, or like obviously if there was like, some sort of abuse, then I have to involve somebody else, right? So the point is, even when it's a kid, your obligation is to your client. So in that situation, the Islanders, the obligation would be to them, even if they were hired by the villa, by Peacock, by like the obligation is still to the client. So it does make me wonder, are they therapists or are they coaches? Because those are different. Coaches are not regulated. That's why Kendra's a coach. Coaches are not regulated. So it would be curious. I will say, and I've said this before, y'all, I will say that sometimes therapists will have a coaching business and like a therapy practice. So that you might have coaches that have training in that. Not producers disguised as therapists. Okay, they're life coaches, dark skin lover girl. I know, Camp, I'm sorry. She's an ADHD coach, y'all. Okay? She's helping the people. I saw one of her lives recently where she was being interviewed. It was a mess. Anyway. You think so, Mita? That would make more sense. So if they're coaches and not therapists, then their obligation, they don't have any like ethical standards. They don't have any boards overseeing them. They don't have anybody that they're obligated to. It's an unregulated field. And this is not to say that coaches cannot be good. I'm just saying it's an unregulated field. So could they be moving unethically and nothing be able to happen to them? Yes. Yeah, therapists are board certified. Coaches don't have a regulatory board. There are people that go to like coaching programs and get training, but the way that I have to, thank you, Girl Trek. Wait, on this side, Girl Trek. And yes, period. But the way that like as a therapist, I have to do a certain amount of continuing education hours every so often, every so many years, every 2 years. You know what I mean? You literally could, Ebony. You literally could. Danielle, is it Danielle or Danielle? Tell me if I'm saying y'all's names wrong, y'all. That's kind of what it sounds like. At the very least, he had a lapse in judgment. Pookie, I don't know if I think that Huda has ADHD. Has she said that? They have 2 on-site psychologists, user says. Okay. So they have psychologists, but they also have daily coaches. So that is different, y'all. That's different. Coaches are not held to the same standards. And it doesn't mean that they can't be qualified people, but they are not held to the same standards. And so they absolutely could be working in the interest of the network rather than the interest of the Islanders. Two psychologists, and the thing about psychologists is it's not that they can't do therapy, because they can, but they are trained predominantly for testing. So it sounds like who they were seeing consistently were the coaches, because psychologists are there for psychological testing. That's their arena. So yeah, that makes way more sense. Okay. What did Brian do exactly? Oh, she did, Pookie. She said she has ADHD. But you know, Pookie, can we take her at her word? Can we take her at her word? Okay, so What did Biba said, what did Brian do exactly? We don't know yet. We won't know until the actual reunion airs. That girl, Rizzle, and, you know, I would never diagnose somebody. Y'all know that. But that's not necessarily the symptoms that I saw. That's not what I would be curious about if she was sitting in my office. Okay. Anyway, we won't actually know what Brian did until the reunion airs and they actually talk about it. But we do know that there was a girl that had come out that said that she and her friend like were at a party and saw a bunch of the Islanders there, and they went back to some place with like Chris and Brian, and I don't remember who else she said. And she was like, and then Brian and a girl went into a room together. This came out like while they were still in LA, like not even 2 weeks after I think they had left the island. I don't know if it's fake. I'm just saying what we know has been rumored. So we know that rumor exists. And then we also saw the video of him pouring liquor down the girl's throat. And a lot of people had commentary about that. But we won't know what he's talking about until the actual reunion. Stop. Hi, Sheila. She can't have a putting cat all in her space feeling. Stop. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what he's talking about in this lapse of judgment. But I do wonder, well, child, I mean, listen. Shay, I agree. I mean, I think that she could have let it go a lot sooner, if I'm honest. Mia, I don't disagree about a lot of that. I feel like she would have soared without him. I actually feel like she's in more of a rut with him. You know, there's this, I quote this creator a lot. I can't remember who said it. I feel like maybe it was Dwight or Shaheem. It was one of the two of them, I feel like. But they were like, behind every unsuccessful woman is a man. And I feel like that's Brian with Amaya. Like, I feel like she could be so much bigger if she didn't have this very boring man attached to her. He gives wet rag. I don't care. That's what I think about him. It sounds like Dwight, right? Do I think that the reunion will cause Nick to reevaluate some of his friendships, like with Taylor or Honda Civic? I think that, I don't know if I said this in my video, but I definitely thought it in my head. I think that Nick has already been reevaluating things. I think I said it in a comment to someone. Like, I think he's already reevaluated things. I think we just don't know that yet. Do y'all know what I mean? Like, okay, so I'm a person, like, I might already know where I stand on with somebody, but I may not make any moves yet about it. I just already know. Okay, I said it last night on live. I think he already knows where he is with some people. He just hasn't made any public displays about it yet. Ari, I don't think I understand the question. Has he done anything with Taylor after the reunion? Is that what you're asking me? And so I think that after the reunion, I think we're going to see a lot of things shift with a lot of people. Yeah, exactly, Camilla. I think that's another part of it as well, right? Is yeah, I think you can like mute people, like not see their content and stay. I know you can on Facebook, and since Instagram and all that shit is connected, I would assume you have the same features. I'm not sure. I'm not really an Instagram girly. I get on there occasionally to like post my kids or myself or something, but I don't really be on there like that. But yeah, You know why they do, honestly, Gigi? Gigi said, I don't know why people equate social media follows to friendship. Because a lot of these people, like, I will say, like, I'm a millennial, right? And I think people older than us, too, also probably have this perspective of we watched social media be created. Hi, Nola girl. And so for us, we know, I can remember when MySpace had a top 8, and it was like a big deal as to who was in your top 8 because that was supposed to be some indicator about their closeness to you in your real life, right? But we also had to have regular relationships off the internet. Whereas I think a lot of these younger, like Gen Z and below us, they all started with the internet. And so the internet really does feel like real life in a lot of ways, rather than just like a place to be social. And not that it's fake, but y'all know what I mean, right? Like it gets a lot more weight, I think, with the younger generation because they've always had access to it. Whereas we haven't. And so the way that I think our relationship is to social media is just a little bit different. And so I do think that they think if I'm friends with you on social media, I must be your friend in real life. Whereas like I have some platforms where the majority of people that are connected to me on there are people from activist community, from like that work, but those are not people that I just like hang out with in my everyday life. You know what I mean? And I have some platforms where like those are mostly high school friends, but I don't even fuck with them and kick it with them in regular life. Like, you know what I mean? So like each platform serves a purpose. Whereas I think that they think it means like closeness and relationship. And it doesn't always mean that, you know? And I think it's just because we have a different understanding of the way that we do social media. Yeah, Ebony. See, Lamika, I have an X on one of my platforms too, I think. Everybody else, nah. Yeah, Igloo, can we talk about Ace? Why is he so angry? I think that anger is justified in some sense because he looks hurt. If I want to keep it a buck. It looks like his feelings are hurt. And anger is honestly the easier emotion to grab than like hurt or sadness or like grief. I think exactly to Lila's point, he feels misunderstood. He was painted as a bad guy, like he said in the preview, right? Me being painted as the person that made somebody go home when it was a group decision is crazy. And I think he's tired of his character being assassinated, as though everybody did not contribute to this, as though everybody was Mita, will you pin Mita's comment so I can speak to that? As if everybody was not also a part of this decision. And so I think what feels frustrating for Ace, is why is nobody else getting the smoke, right? And to Mita saying like he was trying to tell Jeremiah how to date, I think a lot of things. And y'all know that I am not necessarily an Ace defender, but I always try to be fair. You know what I mean? I do try to be fair. And I feel like what we need to understand is that me telling you like, hey man, like this looks weird, like this is happening, is not always me being a hater. Like love and care can also look like correction. It can look like I'm pulling your coattails to be like, whoa, hold on, take a pause. Like that is a way that friendship also shows up. And I think that Ace was attempting to be what he thought was a good human. He was trying to be realistic and to communicate to him like, hey, this is odd. Like y'all need to like think about like how this is looking. I think he thought he was giving helpful advice. And he didn't realize that that was going to be spun as he's hating on that man. I don't disagree with that he should be mad at production. I don't know that he's necessarily not talking to production. We don't know who he's talking to when he says that. Hi, Shayla. Right, he also did talk to Ace about, he did also talk to Nick about the smecks, right? But the difference is like Nick didn't get offended by that. He was just like, hey, that's going to change the way that things like work, right? So I think that he was really he thought he was being helpful. But because people, and I talked about this a little bit on my live last night, because people often don't know how to do conflict in their relationships, it gets perceived as, well, you're just hating on me, because really what you want is people to only ever agree with you. And that's not what real friendship looks like. So I think that he thought he was being a true friend to Jeremiah. And now he's upset because it got spun a different way. And people in the villa, like Austin had something to say about it too. You know what I mean? Right, Stevie, being straightforward doesn't mean you're being mean. So, yeah, I think that he's angry because he's hurt. And anger is the emotion that's easiest to grab when that's what you feel. And I think it's rightfully so. Austin is... Was he even at the reunion? Was he in the villa? Shay said, I think this is where the nuances in culture come into play. Thank you for saying that, Shayla. Yeah, Shay, exactly. It's like I have to put a bunch of sugar on it for you to like be able to take what I'm saying to you. And don't get me wrong, I believe in seasoning my words with grace, okay? And sometimes I just am going to say what I need to say to you. And I shouldn't have to, contort myself for you to be able to hear what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Not everybody is a therapist. Not everybody wants to do all of that emotional labor to do that. I'm mad they had me agreeing with Austin to get Taylor out during the elimination. I know. Austin needed to been gone. Thank y'all so much for liking the live. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate it always. Ooh, I love that, Ebony. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. And we have to understand that people are always filtering things through their own experiences, right? And we watched Jeremiah do that a lot in the villa. I do think that there were some things that, yes, Jeremiah needed to hold Ace accountable around, right? Calling him a scammer and saying he was a love bomber. Like, cut the shit. Thank you, Monet. Like, cut the shit. You know what I mean? Woo! Serwa, exactly. He was pissing me off with all that crying and wondering about what was going on with Shelly and Ace. And Mita, I can understand that part of it, right? Like, okay, I heard you, or MT, I heard you enough. Don't keep coming to me telling me, because ultimately I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do, because I'm grown. Okay? They are dream girl. I agree, Ebony. I have a whole video about that, how that potentially contributes. Lena, I want to answer your question, and then Shayla, tell me exactly what. Oh, Meg Thee Stallion is in the app, y'all. I just got a notification. Hold on, sorry. Oh, Megan Stallion is, because she's gonna be on the Beyond the Villa tonight. If y'all didn't know, she invited them to Miami for swim week. I just got my little notification no, not live. She's in the Love Island app, because tonight all of the Beyond the Villa cast is gonna be in Miami with her for swim week. Okay, sorry, I got distracted by Meg. Okay, which who doesn't? I mean, maybe some people don't, but I love me some Meg. Shit, one of y'all asked me a question. Hold on, let me scroll back up. Do I think Chris had a real chance at taking Shelly from Ace? I love me some Meg, y'all. I love her. I have sort of like a double answer. That's what I was gonna say, P. I think that he could have, but I don't think he had the capability of it. You know what I mean? Like, I think that Shelly was open to the idea of it, but I don't think he was too low effort. Exactly, Athena. He was too low effort. What's up, mamas?
You going off? You didn't get my text?
What did you text me? I saw your text, but text daddy.
Oh, I didn't know he was going to send it. You always send it.
I do, but you can ask your dad.
Okay.
Yeah, Shelly needed a little bit more pressure than he was gonna give, right? P. He said, but the crazy part is that he said, like, oh, I'm about to be applying pressure, I'm doing this, and then didn't do shit. Didn't do nothing. He didn't even give her no half. That was my manager, dark skin lover girl. He didn't even give her no half effort.
Finally claiming me, I see.
She said, I'm finally claiming her. Yeah, P. So Blue actually had a great point. To your point, Athena, I think that Chris is accustomed to just being like an attractive, tall man, and that being enough. And all Gigi says, hey, Miss Manager. She laughed, she giggled. I think that, I see y'all's question subs. Hold on, let me go back to them. But I think that Chris he didn't even give her no half song. He gave her a title of a song. Like, boy, get out of my face. And he definitely did. Monet, I made a whole video about that. I made a whole video about that. Okay, somebody asked me about Alandria. Hold on, let me go back. Does Alandria seem to be more hurt by the women's actions than the men? Not saying it's wrong, but just wondering. I think, Nola Girl, great question. I think that ties into kind of your question, Shayla, about how I think those conversations are going to go. I think that she is probably more hurt by the women because I think she doesn't give a fuck about Taylor anymore. I think once she decided, I think, and I don't know her, right, but I will say that this is pretty common of we categorize romance and platonic friendships a little bit differently. And so that hurt from a platonic friendship can feel a little harder, especially because remembering, right, they were really in a talking stage, her and Taylor. It's not like they ever closed off at that point. You know what I mean? So it's she made, yes, it was hurtful and I don't give a fuck that much to still be caring about it. Whereas I invested a lot of emotional energy and care into this platonic relationship. And so that one hurts more, if that makes sense. And I think that because she is so able to see clearly how much she gave to Honda Civic, right? How much she invested emotionally, how she really took on the big sister role. Zaraya, I was asked, do I think that Alandria is more hurt by the girls than by the boys? How much she, really took on the big sister role. In her Teen Vogue article, she talks about feeling like she was the therapist and the mother in the villa. So does Shelly, all the time. So she really took on this caretaker role, and then to be like, I'm going to hang you out to dry and let you deal with all this misogynoir and anti-black racism, and I was bullied, and I'm not going to specify that it wasn't exactly you. I'm going to let my fans run with it. That's hurtful. Hi, Cha-Cha. That's hurtful. That hurts in a different type of way than some little dusty-ass boy saying he chooses somebody else. Okay. Clock it, Serwa. They're your bullies, but you wanted to introduce, hey Jay, you wanted to introduce your kids to them? That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. And it's as Alandria has told us over and over again, how she considers everybody else. She gives so much of herself, right? This is why, y'all, it's so dangerous to be a people pleaser. Because we give, well, not me. I don't know if I've ever been a people pleaser.
No.
My daughter says, no, I have not. But this is why it's dangerous to be a people pleaser when you're doing all of that with, subconsciously or consciously with the intention of, not y'all heard her, with the intention of oh, dark skinned lover girl, you can be. I mean, you know, you can learn to not be a people pleaser. But when you're doing that, where I know she be on my helmet, Lilac. Unconsciously or consciously, you're attempting to, that's what you think you have to do in order for the relationship to be maintained. And so then when the relationship isn't maintained and you have to reflect back and you're like, damn, I sacrificed so much of myself for this relationship and it still didn't work out. That's not only just a violation from them to you, it's a violation of you to yourself. And that's also a part of the pain of it. And so it's like, yes, y'all, please start learning to say no now. And so it's like, not only is she dealing with like, damn, you left me out to dry, but she's also, I'm sure, reflecting on her own stuff like, damn, why did I do that to myself? You know what I mean? And so it's like a double whammy in a sense. So yes, I think she definitely is more hurt by what happened with that dynamic, and that makes sense to me. I think she's going to continue to learn lessons, P. You know what I mean? I mean, Nick told her in the villa that, you know, she has that loyalty when it's not always reciprocated, right? And so I think she's going to continue to learn it. But a lot of women like Alandria, as they get older, as they have more life experiences, they do learn the lesson. And so I hope that she does, and that she really is able to understand that her, you know, considering herself is not selfish. The only way that would be selfish is if it was actually causing harm to other people. Right? And somebody is asking me like about like the Nick part too, right? I think that what happens with Nick a lot is like, and I mentioned this a little bit on my live last night, I can understand Nick if he felt very misunderstood growing up as an ADHD kid, especially in the school system. That's very common to have that experience. And so I wouldn't be shocked if that was part of his lived experience. And so now he is overcompensating by attempting to be understanding of everybody else. Thank you for the follows. Thank y'all for liking the live. I wouldn't be shocked if that's part of the way that he moves through the world, right? I have such an experience of being misunderstood. I don't want other people to feel this way because I know what it feels like. And this is why he's able to say to Hilga, right? I feel like you bucking up the vibe. He didn't say it like this. He said it nicer than this, right? You bucking up the vibe and y'all asked me to go home, but I also don't want you to feel isolated and excluded and shut away from everybody. Both of those things can be true, right? So I think he holds a lot of that complexity. And I think sometimes, you know, it's really easy to just break people down to sound bites, but y'all, these are people with their own lived experiences. There's a lot of nuance to why they're showing up the way they do. Yeah, his sister says he has ADHD. Yes, that's the only reason why I even mentioned it, Mookie. I would never diagnose somebody without them saying they have that diagnosis. And so I think by them having, I think to your point, Amaya and Jasmine, them having each other is going to be able to help them really, what does it look like when loyalty is reciprocal? What does it look like when care and support is reciprocal? And so as they experience that with each other, it is inevitable that it will change the dynamics of relationships outside of them. I tell my clients all the time, as you change, it's going to inevitably change the other relationships you're in because you're disrupting the system now. The system is accustomed to you showing up one way. And so once you stop showing up that way, now the system is in disarray. And either the system will adjust and come to a new state of homeostasis, or it won't. And so I do think, again, we will continue to see relationships change over time, as especially with those two, as they continue to fold more into each other and to be more what they need for each other. Something else I tell my clients all the time, sometimes you won't even know that you have certain baggage until you get into certain relationships. Because sometimes that relationship triggers your stuff, but sometimes for the first time, you're safe enough to actually look at what's in your fucking closet. We need safety in our nervous system to be able to address some things. And when we don't have it, our body's not going to let us go there. And I think that they create a real sense of safety for each other where we're going to be able to see them really evolve in the way that they're doing other relationships too. We're talking about Nick and Landria. Okay, that's my therapy soapbox about them. Yes, I saw that. I see that too, K-Camp, right? Like, oh, I'm sorry, user. I am, y'all, uploading these to YouTube. YouTube is just shit. Like shit, it's so much work. So this will be on YouTube. About him seeing her, that also is like such a, oh, thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. Him seeing her is really profound because that can actually be very scary. But it also can be so liberating, and it can create so much space for her to become the woman that she ultimately is going to be, right? And that's not to say that who she is today is not beautiful, but we are always growing and evolving. That's part of being a human, right? And so I think exactly, Lady Wash. And so I think that they're really going to make a lot of space for each other. And I say this all the time, even if they don't stay romantic, who they are as friends to each other is always, it's going to continue to make space for each other. And I think that's really good for the both of them. Okay. I saw in that Teen Vogue interview that Shelly confirmed for us that she is not the girlfriend yet. They are only exclusive. What does that mean, y'all? Does this mean she's just not dating? Like they're only dating each other? But not a couple? Or are they still dating other people and not a couple? You think they're monogamously dating, Sass? Okay, so that goes, okay. Okay. Y'all are so funny in these comments. I'm just reading them all real quick. Okay. Yeah, y'all have some theories. Y'all have some theories. Okay. I understand, like saying we are, you're too old to answer me and stop. So they're exclusively dating, but don't have a title. That makes sense to me. There are some people that date around. And so maybe they're saying we're not going to date around. We're only going to date each other. And then we'll decide if we want to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Viva, don't get me started. And I hear y'all in the comments saying, oh, but that's weird for her to be saying, I love you already. I mean, okay. I have a couple of thoughts. And I said this on, actually this was a sub-only video, so not all of y'all have seen it. But I will say that, like, you can love somebody as a person, as a human, and really care about and admire them. That doesn't necessarily mean you're in love. So I don't know which type of love she means. Actually, in the Teen Vogue interview, I think she did say she was in love, didn't she? Somebody that read it, remind me if she said that. Yeah, she did in the interview, Emma, right? Yeah, I guess maybe that is curious. She said that in the Today Show clip. I know that he was on live and they exchanged I love yous. I can't remember if in the interview itself she said, your girl is in love. Okay, she said, I love my man. She didn't say your girl isn't. I'm gonna have to read it again. Okay, I trust y'all because I know y'all can go look at it, right? I'm on live. I can't go look at it right now. So I will say this about, I thought she said your girl is in love. Not Sierra's on the back burner. Stop. Okay, I will say this, y'all. I hear y'all about being like, why does she have to formally be asked? Okay, she said your girl is happily in love. Okay. I will say that when Chris and I were like in our talking dating stage, I told him, I was like, I don't care if you're talking to other people, like that's whatever. And he's like, well, I don't want you to talk to other people. I was like, I'm not your girlfriend. He's like, well, will you be my girlfriend? Like he asked me. So I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with asking someone to like be clear about making it official that we're moving to the next step, especially because of their experience in the villa, right? Like what I mean by the experience in the villa, what I mean is, right, you close off, but that doesn't necessarily mean that like you're going to leave the villa and be together. So I think she's wanting, because they closed off in the villa, right? I want to hear in the real world that it's something different than that. I don't necessarily think that that's like that wild of a thought. I think that she's the one that said, y'all know Ace, he's probably going to make it like a big grand gesture. And I don't know if that's because he really like, I mean, I think Ace does like to do things like that, but I also wonder if like she expects partly that too as well. You know what I mean? And yeah, I know that like Serena got asked, Janae got asked. He hasn't, Viva. He hasn't. I mean, technically, Monet, yes. She is exclusively single, though. She is single and only dating one man. And you know what, Emma? That actually pissed me off in the villa. That pissed me off in the villa. Because why you crying for 40 days and 40 nights and it still took you 3, 5, 10, 17, 18 more days to ask that girl to close off? Boy, just do that shit right now. But yeah, she did say that like they're both extra. And so they expect that big, you know, sort of thing. I'm not single with my man. That's not. I feel that, Jasmine, a lot of people can't. A lot of people can't. They do not date around. They date monogamously. They got to keep their attention in one spot. My biggest thing is, I always say, what I used to see with my adolescents is like, they'll be talking. Oh, we're just talking. We're not official. They be talking for 6 months. And then be a couple for a week. If you don't get off my damn nerves, y'all could have figured that out if y'all would have just coupled up 5 months ago. Y'all would have figured out y'all didn't actually like each other like that and cut all this shit out. Now you done wasted 6 months talking to this motherfucker, and you could have been moved on to the next. But you know, they're children, so the way they do dating is very different. I think so too. I think it's a fear thing. But yeah, I mean, listen, hey. Mia, the kids don't always be okay. I'm like, y'all still talking? Okay. Yeah, I hear that. A lot of people are like, why didn't Ace show up for the press run with Shelly? I think he gets to control his image. I think he's sick of the way that he's been painted. You know what I mean? I think he's tired of it. And I think he wants to be able to control how he's perceived by the world. Gemma, that's a great question. Yeah, Emma, he hasn't. I hear that, Viva. I think they said that like I think they said that he was in LA, but I don't know if I believe that so much as like that's what he said, so he didn't have to come. Yeah, I don't think Shelly cares. I think that like they had a conversation about it and she understands. And I don't think that she's like necessarily getting a lot of smoke or heat where like it would be like I might feel a way about if it was like Alandria by herself because of how much smoke their coupling has gotten. Whereas Shelly didn't really get like she got smoke from fans and BuzzFeed, right? Like some brands, right? But as far as like people not believing in them or like thinking that they're not real and exactly perpy and like asking questions like how they still asked to Nick and Alandria, I don't think she was ever gonna get that. So like it was okay for her to like be in the spotlight by herself, if that makes sense. Snowy, somebody asked me if I thought that Ace was going to like dim her shine. And do I think it's immaturity on his behalf to not show up to support her? I don't think it's immaturity. I don't know his reasons for not doing it. I'm only speculating. I don't think that's immaturity. I think it's okay to recognize something is actually impacting my well-being, my mental health, because I think Ace, his feelings get hurt. I think he gets hurt by it. You know what I mean? And so it's actually very mature to say, I'm recognizing that this is taking a toll on me, mental health wise, emotion wise. And so I'm going to set about, I'm not going to keep putting myself into a situation that feels harmful to me. And I think that, I don't know if I think he brings her more shine. I think that they both shine. I would be curious to see how Shelly continues to do. Exactly, user. Peacock really villainized a man who gives to charity. I'd be mad too. Sass, that, I don't know. Like, I can't quite find the language. I don't know if I think it's that they neutralize each other. I think that they both have the potential to be like mega stars. I guess what I hope happens is that we see them be able to do that to its fullest potential and that it isn't like impacted because of like these competing stars. Not that they're competing with each other, but the way that sometimes the media and larger culture will frame those things. Monet, likely, yes. So I wonder how he learned to set firm boundaries at age 22. His family must have really poured into him. I think it has to do with like his ability, like his engagement on social media as well, too. Right? Like he was already active on social media before he ever went into the villa. And so I think he already had practice with how to create an image. Viva, not that we saw. That doesn't mean it didn't happen though. Thank you so much. Will y'all like the live for me, please? It's a lot of y'all in here. I feel like we could easily be at 100K already. Yeah, I think that I did see her tearing up Alexandra. Thank you so much for the likes, y'all. I will say, y'all, that I do think that again, she is hurt by that situation, rightfully so. She poured a lot into that dynamic. Thank you so much, Dark Skin Lover Girl. Hi, Mina Bina. Hi, Wanda Chandler. Hi, Anna. Yeah. Yeah. Thank y'all so much for the likes. Athena, exactly. I feel like at this point, I don't want to see Amaya or Honda Civic shed a tear. They cried enough all season. Enough. Yes, Shrekhan. Thank you guys so much for the follows and the likes. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for the gifts. I've seen enough. It's enough. When they feel compelled to cry, I want them to just roll footage of the villa. I don't need no more at the reunion. Thank you so much for the gifts. You know, like, it's enough. It's enough. Okay, Zach, stay running that mouth, don't he? Don't he? Yeah, and I don't even care about Honda Civics fans saying that they're playing the victim. I feel like I don't actually give a shit what y'all think. Ciao, Shrekhan. Brian and Amaya still holding hands after the cheating allegation topic. Because she gonna keep that hand firmly on her lap. You hear me? Stay right here. Don't move. Okay? Because Lena, y'all know that they can't humanize us, right? When it's Black woman tears, it's not real. All of a sudden, they are the victims. They are the victims. They were victimized. Y'all mammified them women all fucking season long. They do deserve to be hurt by her betrayal, period. Full stop. I don't give a fuck what no... Anyway. She gonna keep that hand firmly on her lap. You hear me? And they gonna keep telling that story about her mama because that's the only one they got. I mean, his mama, because that's the only one they got. Thank you so much. They gonna keep telling that story. We already heard it on Watch What Happens Live. What else have y'all done as a couple? What other cute couple moments do you have? Find it. What are they? You hear me? Lena, you hear me? That's the only story they're going to keep telling us because that's the one that they have. Yeah. Yeah. Not Shrek on electric bill paid this month. Listen, okay? It's going to be, they are trying to play in our faces. It is going to be very interesting. Again, y'all, the Bramayas were on my video mad. And I'm the petty ass person that's going to go to the comments in 2 months and ask them if they have any additional thoughts when I'm right. What do you have to say for yourself? I want to know. Thank you. Yeah, like you just don't. Okay. All right. He's not. He's not. No, for real. For real. You know what I'm saying? It's like, just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. I know. I'm sorry. The truffle pasta, that's what seals it, y'all. And I agree, Nola girl. Alandria feeling like, I know it is the Pisces in me for real, because y'all be thinking Pisces only be crying and shit. Well, I don't know if y'all think that, but lots of people do. Y'all be thinking that's the only emotion we got. Oh no, baby, I got them all. I feel them all. I feel them all intensely. Okay? I agree. I love that Alandria felt like she could cry. That lets me know that she feels protected and supported by Nick. that she felt, and she was leaned all into him again. So that's the other thing, right? This is what I keep telling people about Bramaya, right? It's like, if you look at the body language of like Nicolandria, let's just compare these two for a second because we just watched them in the preview. As they're in that moment, the way she's crying, she's leaned into him, he's holding her, right? Like he's leaned toward her, right? Whereas with Bramaya, we see a lot of her turning toward him, and him just, he never makes a turn toward her. And as a therapist, that's something I would be looking at in therapy. Because where is the emotional connectedness? Because our bodies are also communicating. I say all the time that his body language reads to me the same as Kenny's always read to me. Shay, them toes cracked in the hideaway, and then that was it. They threw up them gang signs, and then he was done. Well, you know, Desi, they trying to say that Peppy got a crush on Olandria, y'all. Thank you. He was just there for the cookie. The champagne toast at the end. Okay. Do you think Olandria is trying to forgive herself for even being in that situation with Taylor? I don't think there's anything she needs to forgive herself for. Is that a hot take, y'all? Because I don't think she has anything. God forbid a woman take somebody at their word. You know what I mean? Like, she didn't have anything other than what he was saying to her to go off of, right? She didn't get to see everything we saw. So I don't think she needs to forgive herself for anything. I think as soon as she knew that he was moving funny, right? So when he said, you know, I like when he chose to couple up with Clark, immediately she was like, hold on. I always have to replay this timeline for people because I think we forget that like Villa time is different than our time, right? But like literally it's like 2 days later and the Stand on Business Challenge happens where he then is made to pick and she speaks her piece. So just from the time that he picked Clark at the recoupling to the time that she spoke her piece, it was only, she processed for like 2 days, said what she needed to say and moved on. So I don't think it's not like she let herself just be dragged, you know, on and on and on and on. I don't think there's anything she needs to forgive herself for. Did you text Daddy?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think she did exactly what, honestly, most people can't even move that fast in the real world. So I think she did exactly what she needed to do. Exactly, Cuddy. And both she and Taylor have admitted that there were things we did not see that he was doing for her. Foxy Taylor is annoying everywhere he is. But yes, he was annoying on Kiki. Lena, yeah, and they did. I mean, I do think that we saw parts of that conversation. I think that she was just really at the point of like, you keep saying this, but you're also doing this. Like your words and your actions are not aligning. And the fact that she was able to see that and call him in about it, because most people wouldn't. She was like, hey, they're not aligning and you need to make it clear. I think that she did a great job with it. Viva, do I think Kiki showed Taylor favoritism? I mean, she said that he was one of her favorites. Stop. And exactly that. Lena, he was saying stuff only to her behind closed doors, so she called him out in the open. And that's what I loved about that moment. As much as people were mad about it, As much as people were mad about it, this was the only way she was going to get the actual truth, because he wasn't going to be able to say one thing to her, say one thing to her, say one thing to him. He was going to have to say it in front of everybody. Clear it up. Clear it up. Stand on business for real. Say what the fuck you mean to say, and you're not going to be able to flip it around. And he was embarrassed, Lena. Embarrassed. Yeah, her crash out was not a crash out. Because, baby, do I think that Nick needs to publicly defend Alandria? I think that ultimately they need to do whatever feels right to them. I want him to respect her boundaries. Right? So if that's not what she wants him to do, I don't think he should be doing it. I'll start there. Okay? And I will say, I don't think he leaves her out to dry. And I think that we should reframe the way that we understand him publicly defending her and supporting her. I think that he's doing quite a bit. I think he doesn't do it the way some people want him to, but I don't think that that means that he's leaving her out to dry. And I think that ultimately he should be doing whatever she is most comfortable with. I know, Shrekon. And you know what's interesting about that, K-Camp? People want Nick to act out of character. I do think that the person that asked me that is simply just asking me a question, because I know that person as a mutual. But like, I do think people not only want him to act out of his character, but out of their own character. A lot of people would not be doing what they think Nick should be doing. Oh, my husband's here. I think so too. I think so too, Jasmine. Hi, baby.
What's up?
Nothing. What you doing home?
She's about to say,
I'm a thug. I do what I want to do.
that's what he's doing.
Say hi
What's
to
up?
chat.
What's up, chat? What y'all been in here talking about? Nothing, huh? No, I'm playing. I'm recording. I've been watching. What's up? What's up?
I love that y'all know his name.
I'm waiting on y'all to reach out to me about the trade and stuff. Y'all be on that. Y'all playing.
Yeah, X, aren't you
Hi,
in here? And
whoever, hi,
Gigi?
where it is. Hi, what's up?
Don't do it like that. They said, what's for dinner?
I don't know. My daughter got a volleyball game, so I'm gonna be down there. And then
Yeah.
I don't know what y'all think I should make.
We're tryouts like 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's why they had to hurry up and do tryouts, because they needed to hurry up and they got a game today.
That's crazy.
Salmon on the grill again, Mia?
I'm always down for that.
What do you think about Nick's defense of Alandria?
What do I think about his defense of her?
Like what you've seen. Have you been seeing much of anything?
No, I haven't. You know what I mean?
He don't be following like that. Oh, you know what I love, Mika, is a little bit of some roasted mushrooms. How can you find a husband like mine? Ella, that's a great question. I don't know, girl. The market is slim. No, I'm just kidding.
What has he been defending her on about? Like, what's going on?
Okay, so I think they want to know. I think they want to know, like, okay, so like this interview that happened with Taylor and Nick, right? And Taylor being like, you know, what did he say? If she had said something, you know, that wasn't right. Yeah, we do, Mika. That wasn't right. But it's 6 of us, Mika. Shit, that's an expensive ass dinner. Slim is too big for this market. You know, then I would have went off on her, or just like, you know, people feel like he should have like gone off on maybe not gone. That's not. He should have checked him. Is what they feel.
He should have said something because him saying that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'll say it like this: if it was me, Cuz would have got checked for sure. What you mean? You if she would have said I would have gone off, who you gonna go off on?
Okay, think about it in this context. Well, I can't even ask you that because he act like that at work too, y'all. Never mind.
What? Act like what?
So what I'm saying, okay, so like, if you was at work, right, but see, he acts like that at work, so I can't ask him that question, y'all. If you was at work and somebody said something crazy about me, how would you respond? Let me say it like this: if you was at work and y'all funders was in the room, and somebody said something like that about me, what would you say?
And our funders.
Your funders were in the room, not just you and your coworkers. Your funders was in the room.
And somebody said something crazy about you.
And we had just started dating. We'd only been talking for 2 weeks.
I still would say so. I would say something, but I probably wouldn't pop off so hard because I am being mindful of like obviously who's in the room and I'm at work. But I definitely would say something.
What might it sound like? Maybe
like
if somebody was like, oh, if she says something crazy, I would go off on her. Matter of fact, use like if it was Anthony in the room.
That's a bad example because I'll cuss that nigga out. Without
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, say it was. I do too. We're just asking Nurse Brain what he would do. If it was, you know, we have been talking for a week and you in a room with your coworkers and y'all funders, y'all having a funding meeting or whatever, budget meeting. And somebody was like, well, I don't know. You know, sometimes Christina, she be doing too much. And, you know, I might have to say something to her if she does too much. How might you respond? What might you say?
I probably would, me being who I am, I probably would try to respond in like a joking, but like I'm not joking way. So I probably be like, okay, hold on, nigga. You got too much chip on your dick now. Slow down. I probably would say something like that. And I keep saying the N word on here, and I don't want to get you banned. My bad.
Yes.
Man, anyway.
Yeah, that's my whole name. My whole name is Christina.
And yeah, I probably would say something like that.
So you would do it in like a joking way.
I probably would do it because like you said, the funness is there, and if we've been, you know what I'm saying. And then afterwards, I definitely would pull that person to the side, like, yo, hey, bro, you tripping? You're not gonna check nobody. Or I probably would straight up say it like that, like, you're not gonna check nobody. Not while I'm here. Not while I'm not here. You ain't gonna check nobody over this way. That's not gonna happen. Now, if you got an issue, there's a way that you can approach it, but you're not just gonna check nobody. No, it don't work like that.
Yeah.
Nah. And I might take issue with that if you're thinking you can step this. Nah, yeah, I don't know. It depends, but yeah, no, it depends on how that. Yeah, if they say, oh, she tripping, you know, I'm a checker. Nah, that's not gonna happen.
No, nobody is. Y'all, I see y'all in the comments. Chill out. We know this. We know our dynamic is very different. And Chris is very different than Nick. I'm asking simply how he might respond in that situation. They are from very different cultures. Chris used to be a street pharmacist.
I used to be a gang member.
He used to be a gang member. Okay, so like he used to be affiliated. So yes, he's gonna respond differently than Nick would, right? But I'm just being curious with him about how might you respond in a situation like this if you were in a, and even with all of that background, you still heard that the most he would say is, I would jokingly say something in that room and then still pull him to the side. Okay, so if a person that is previously affiliated and had an apothecary is moving like that, I don't know why y'all expect Nick to move differently.
Yeah, I feel like he was in, so that's the setting he was in his room with.
Well, no, they were on a podcast. They were on like an international podcast. Mm-hmm. And Taylor was like, yeah, I don't know, because if she said something crazy, then I might have had to pop off. And Nick kind of just like looked at him like he made a face. You know, he kind of was just like having a response with his body language, but he didn't say anything directly. And people are mad that he didn't say something directly. Do you feel like that's an appropriate feeling for them to be mad about him not saying something directly at that moment?
I mean, I don't know, man, because I feel like I don't think that's an appropriate response. What I think, okay, so I don't know if some of y'all are in here, but whatever. But I think what it is that I think people are probably mad because they want him to say something directly, because there's still a lot of people who don't believe that like this relationship is real, right? There's still a lot of people that they're pretty much looking for things to like say I told you so when it comes to him and her, right? They've only known each other for X amount of time. And then like you said, who is Nick? Who is his character? Where he come from? He ain't come from a culture or a background where, you know what I'm saying? And even Taylor don't, right? But they don't come from a culture and a background where they like, he might not be the pop-off type person. He might be like, when they off the podcast, hey, bro, you need to, hey, bro, woo, when you said what you said, I ain't really like that, man. And I didn't want to address you like that in front of the public eye, but I'm going to pull you to the side, right? Because sometimes that is appropriate. Sometimes, I'm not going to address you in front of everybody, but once we done with this, I'm going to pull you to the side and let you know what's up. And that's and that's okay, right? You know what I'm saying? Either or side. It just depends on the person. I don't necessarily see Nick as a pop-off. Now, I think in the ways in which y'all want Nick to pop off, I think it needs to be more egregious.
Like Taylor needs to be doing something more egregious than that for Nick to really blow up.
Yes. Now say he did like pop. Now say he did try to like pop off in the interview. You know what I'm saying, in the interview or whatever. Or
like he started talking shit about her. Actually,
yeah.
Okay.
Then I bet he would say something. I would bet on that one. I bet Nick would say something. But I think that's a part of it. I think people are like trying to like find something to be like, I told you so. He don't like her like that. He don't love her like that because he's, it's the whole like. That's the whole like. How can I say this? That's the whole side of like where misogyny tells women how men should show up, right? And like, cause you're supposed to be the protector, right? But let's break that down. What does that even look like, right? Because also I've always, even though I come from where I come from, I was always taught to move smart and move. You know what I'm saying? And move in silence. So if I am gonna get at somebody, bro, you ain't gonna know it. You ain't gonna see it coming if that's what it takes. But so I think that like, Nick is a different dude, but I said, I mean, everybody, I think everybody got that button. I think if it was, like I said, more crazier, he definitely would have he would have said something. And then if he didn't, then okay, now let's judge that. Let's a dude really went crazy at her and he just sat there. Okay, now, yeah, that's a little bit different. That's an issue, but the other side of it, yeah, I don't know. I just, we can't, I don't think we could be mad at that, honestly. But yeah.
Nola Girl brings up a good point. My husband was reckless with his protection of me, and that wasn't healthy either. I mean, yeah, sometimes you have to know. You have to know how you're supposed to act, when you're supposed to act. You know what I mean? And so, and I get it. People are like, well, we just wanted him to say something. I think we have to, oh my gosh, yes, that's the one I wanted. I think we have to also like give a little credit to how we've seen Nick move always. He's always a person that kind of like pulls a person and will say something, right? When he talked to Jeremiah about him and Hilga and that whole, he had a separate conversation with Jeremiah. He didn't do that in front of everybody. When he had his conversation with Elan, he had a separate conversation with Elan, And so I just want us to give him a little credit for how he already has always shown up. Why are we asking him to do something different than that? Because we need him to prove to us that he has defended her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what it is.
And I think to a lot of y'all, I was trying to keep up with y'all's comments and listen to Chris at the same time. I do think, Juanita, that a private conversation took place because then we watched Taylor move so differently with her in the Hamptons. And that was right after this interview. You know what I mean? And I think, we also, he doesn't need to prove anything to us, only to Alandria. You know what I'm saying? And there are certain moments where I would be like, Chris, don't do that. Like, don't act like that right now. Like, one of the things we say all the time is we have children to go home to. And so making sure that we move. appropriately in the venues that we're in. And so, yeah, I just think that, and I think it's okay to critique it. I think it's okay to, y'all, we're at 223 people in here. Let's get to 100K likes, y'all. That's easy peasy. But yeah, y'all, like, I think it's okay to like want to critique and to say like, wow, I want, yeah, but use some stealth. You know what I mean? People wanted to, and that's the thing, Phyllis, maybe not like that, but like people wanted this like big reaction. And I think we have to be mindful that Nick is aware of his privilege and he's going to move in certain spaces in certain ways. Right? And I think somebody said something about Coco. Drop that again one more time for me. But like, this is a black man talking about Taylor on a black podcast with a black woman, like with the predominantly black audience. Like, what did y'all think he was going to say that wasn't going to get him ate the fuck up? And so I think, he's conscious of all of that. No, I said Taylor. Taylor is the black man. And so they want this white man, Okay, what do I make of him unfollowing Coco but not Hilga? I think Coco is low-hanging fruit. And so I think it's like easy to be like, oh, I'm just unfollowing her because like I knew her for two seconds. No, you're okay, Mish. I'm gonna call her Hilga Asia. Like he doesn't know her. And so it's like, oh, that's easy to sort of just whatever about. You think so, Kev? I don't know. That part, Shrekon. People only tell half of what Coco said. She also said they were scamming for the 100K. I don't even think it's necessarily about, I don't even think it's necessarily about like, yeah, I just think she's like an easy, like he has no connection with her truly. To be like, I care about this person, or it's complicated, or I don't think any of that is at play for him. And so that's easy to be like, whatever. I think that Olandria is going to keep getting the same amount of hate, whether Nick follows Hilga or not. I think that what we might see become part of the discourse is like, oh, Olandria forced him to stop, And so I think that could like potentially become the discourse, but I don't even think that I don't think they would care about that so much. You know how Nick feels about people that was only there for 3 days. Exactly. He's like, everybody has a lot of nicknames. I still feel like 3D has the most nicknames from what I've heard. But yeah, there are lots of nicknames because otherwise it's like they have, like they're searching up the words, and it's like Beetlejuice. If you say Beetlejuice 3 times, you summon him. I feel like it's the same way with the fans of Hilga. So if I say her name too many times, they are summoned. Exactly. Not so yes, I don't say her name in here. Username, the thing is, like, I'm not actually at work right now, so I get to have whatever thoughts I want to have. I don't have to be, I say it all, it's on my bio, right? Like, I'm a therapist, but I'm not y'all's therapist, so I don't have to be unbiased in this space. I get paid to do that. And I'm not really offering advice to the Islanders either. I'm just giving my opinions. Yeah, but I'm not a professional in this space. I'm just a human existing in this space. This goes back to, right, like how sometimes I am self-employed, P. This goes back to like how sometimes I talk about how people do the Islanders, right? They want to put people on this pedestal and then they can only ever be that. Just because I'm a therapist doesn't mean that I never get to be a human, y'all. I'm still a human. I don't let people separate me from my humanity. Does anyone think Clark will speak a full sentence at the reunion? I think we might see Clark say something to Coco. I didn't think about it initially, but I think she might say something to Coco because of Coco feeling a way about her not like standing up for her. Exactly, Nurse Brain. Because when I'm throwing ass and lit, I'm not somebody's therapist. I get to still be a human. Username, if it makes you feel uncomfortable, babe, you are always welcome to leave. I agree, Shayla. I thought the Teen Vogue was done really well. I don't know that she'll say like a whole lot or like come at her, but I do think that she will, like, if it's brought up. I don't even know if I think like Clark would bring it up on her own. I think if it gets brought up, she would say something. But I think otherwise we might hear a little bit about like what's happening with their relationship. I really don't know. Go ahead, Shayla. How I need to be mindful that I'm a therapist and therefore not have opinions that are disparaging of anybody, because I need to constantly be thinking about these people that are not my fucking clients.
Who said that?
Username something, I don't know. Like this is my social media. Do I think that Nick and Alandria will last? I do, Chrissy. My mods are in here. They will. No, not this username. No, not username 987. They're like, not me. We did. That's what we're in here talking about. I think they stopped talking, Gigi. They might have left. I think they have the potential to. Yeah. Exactly, Mookie. I ain't got no informed consent signed. I ain't got no payment agreement signed. I can say whatever I want to say. Yeah, I think so. So I have said this before, but I'm happy to say it again. I think when I look at what my couples need in order to be healthy as a clinician, like what I see as the characteristics most often that contribute to like healthy couple dynamics, I think that Taylor and Clark y'all wrote Taylor in the chat, and that's what I was reading when I was saying it. I think that Nick and Alandria have those components. He probably in here lurking. Oh, y'all, I checked. I'm not blocked. I'm not blocked. Cuddy, they're not all babies. I mean, I don't feel like 27 is a baby. Young, but not a baby. No, Aaliyah, I thought that Clark had blocked me because I follow her and I wasn't seeing any of her stuff anymore. And I was like, did she block me? Like, I mean, maybe fair if she wanted to. It's her page. Thank you, user 98765. Yeah, I don't perceive 27 as a baby. That feels infantilizing unnecessarily. They're young, but not babies. Are you what? Thoughts on Chalet's lasting? I haven't said on this live, but I will. Exactly, Gemma. Yeah, that's infantilizing to call them babies, in my opinion. Yeah, I didn't say that she wouldn't be perfectly fine staying single, but the question was, do I think that they could last? And I do. Thoughts on Shalace lasting? I think they have the components as well. I've always said that I think they have the components. There are just some things that I think they need to address. Like their communication explicitly. I think all of them would be totally fine if they all broke up tomorrow and everybody went their separate ways. Whoop-de-fucking-do. But do I think they could? Yes. Because that's the question. So I think they could. Yeah, sure. My biggest thing with Shelly and Ace has always been the age difference and the fact that this is Ace's first relationship and how sometimes I see that show up in the way that they communicate. And so I think if they pay attention to that, then they could be okay. Jennifer, Taylor, and Clark, I think we could see them get engaged and married. And I would just remind everyone that not everybody does that because their relationship is healthy. I think they'd be proving a point in some ways. And we talked about it a little bit last night on my live, but like somebody mentioned feeling like she could get baby trapped. Thank you, Risa. And then I'll give y'all Iris and Pepe because I feel like that's going to come next. I feel like they're having fun together over the summer and they'll remain friends afterward. And Nurse Brain, I feel like that gives her so much credit. I'm concerned. I don't know if I think she actually, I don't know. Champagne Mommy, good point. Some dudes marry because everyone around them gets married. I hope not too, but do I think it could happen? Sure. Do I think Taylor is in competition with Ace and Nick? I don't think he's in competition, but I think he very much so seeks out their approval. He very desperately wants their approval and does things for that. Thank y'all for hitting to 100K. Let's double it. I think Hannah was crying potentially because of the only thing I can think of is that she the only thing I can think of is that yeah, I do think that there is a level of like not desperation the word I want, almost just like I don't know, just you know how sometimes men will perform for other men? That's how I feel like Taylor acts with Ace and Nick, especially Nick. I think that do you think she cried because of the spit hand video? I don't know, because she's talked about that before and she was like jokey about it. I think that Hannah's gonna cry. The only thing I could think it could be is like she gets information about the vote. And I'm really curious what must have been said for her to cry about it. What other thing do you think she could be crying about, Mika? I don't know if Austin or Jaden are together. As far as I'm concerned, Austin doesn't exist in my real life. But I heard that he had ghosted Jaden. Well, but you know what, love? They said that she they said, how do you feel after seeing that? So it's something that they played for her that made her cry. Hi, Peter. It's something that they played for her that made her cry. What always struck me as odd about Jaden, and y'all can feel how y'all want to feel about it, right? But I'm talking about my own self, right? I don't fuck with Austin because of some of the things that he has aligned himself with in the real world. And Jaden said she did background checks on everybody and then she still chose to couple up with Austin. So that made me feel like she aligns with certain things as well. And so for me, I was never interested in her as like a character on my screen. I was like, okay, she's here until she's not. Oh, you think so? You think she's not actually a private investigator? You think she's lying? Why do you think she's lying though? What has she done to make you feel like that about her? I didn't get enough time with her in the villa to like feel like I could read on her. You know what I mean? I agree. I feel like Hannah should have stayed longer. Jaden looked vacant in the eyes. Who would pick Austin over Nick? Somebody that more closely aligns with Austin. Right? Nick and Austin are on opposite ends of the spectrum around some things. And so if your values more closely align with the other person, you would pick them. It's not just about looks. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be. Y'all should be choosing to sleep with and be in relationships with people that you feel also align with your morals and values. Remind me of who was up there with Hannah. It was Hannah, Iris, and was it Huda? Amaya. Hannah, Iris, and Amaya. I think Amaya should have gone home at that point in the game. She was the only person with no connection. Goodbye. It would have been really interesting to see if they had voted more logically this season as to what was going, like how that might have impacted the villa. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, y'all, we're at 106,000 likes. We have 206 people in this live. I feel like we can get it to 200K. Now 208 people. I feel like we can get it to 200K. Let's open up the panel. I know that some of my subscribers are in here. So if you're new to me, everybody can request to be on this panel. Okay? You don't have to be subscribing. I always do prioritize putting my subscribers up here though. So She Giggles, he did buy a Rolex. My understanding is that the Rolex was only $18,000, and so he also might have donated to charity. But I know that he didn't get that much more than that. Oh, you just double tapped the screen, Monet. Oh, shit. You just double tapped the screen, Monet. Thank you for asking. I don't know, Lilac. I ain't never bought a Rolex in my life. I'm just telling you what the people told me. Yes, he bought a Rolex. He told us that when he went on Watch What Happens Live. When they asked them what, what's the biggest purchase? Has anybody, made a big purchase with the money that they got? Which, obviously, that question was only to Amaya and Brian. And he said, yeah, he bought a Rolex. Okay, 11K. Yeah. So oh, wait, are you saying they only got 11K after taxes? That's a high ass tax rate.
I'll be back. Let's go to drop off training.
Okay. Are you staying for the game?
The game's at, man. I'm dropping off.
She's going to ride with them. What time is the game at?
4:30.
Okay.
That's the first one. That's the JV starts at 4:30. So we can get, the C team. So we can get there by 4:30, 4:45.
Okay.
Somewhere around there.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. All right, y'all. I was seeing what time I'm going to have to get off because my baby has her first volleyball game today. Oh, Nurse Brain. Yes, you definitely have to at some point. Okay. Let me, oh, so the 100K is after tax that they then split. So they do get an even 50K. Well, shit, y'all. Whatever it was, the Rolex was only a portion of it. So he still could have given to charity, is my point. He still could have given to charity. I have not seen her Insta story, but Fatima, or is it Fatima? Fatima or Fatima? It's volleyball, Keb, but thank you. But that's not for a couple more hours. But she's getting ready to go meet up with her team. Okay. I've got some of my folks in here. Gigi. Hello, hello, Gigi. Hi, P.
Hello.
How are you?
Sorry, I sound like trash today.
How are you feeling?
So I thought I was feeling better, so I decided. Normally I work from home, but today I decided to go to the office because I usually go in Thursdays and Fridays. They took one look at my face, and I was like, "Am I the boogeyman?" They're like, "Work from home an extra day." I was
They like actually get out so that we don't get
no, seriously. I walked in like I had the plague.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Okay. Okay, Gigi, I'm gonna step away so I can use the bathroom. Will you manage my panel for me real quick?
No worries, no worries.
I'm gonna bring in
Hey,
one more person.
Peter.
Hi, Peter. Hi, P. Hi, Miriam.
Hey guys, hey guys.
Hi, Dalen.
Hello, Tina.
Hi, y'all.
Miriam, P, Peter, Dalen, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So Tina's gonna step away for just a second. So if you have anything that you want to say, Miriam, I'm gonna mute you real quick just because there's an echo. Do you have another speaker nearby because it's giving feedback? We're gonna start from the top, come all the way down to the bottom. If you have anything that you want to say, if you have anything you want to say on the topics that are at hand, you want to give your takes. We can start. We're gonna start with Dalen. And Dalen, are you a sub? I can't quite see it.
Hold on. I think I would. Hold on. Let me. Okay, I just did it now.
Okay, then subs get 5
But
minutes.
I wanted
Everybody
to
else gets
say
3.
that I think a lot of people like. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
Are y'all able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Okay.
you. Can you hear? Yes.
I was just gonna say. Okay. I was just going to say that I think that Nick was really like damned if he did, damned if he didn't on the whole situation, because I think a lot of people forget that Nick moves intentionally with the things that he does so it doesn't harm Olandria more than like what's already happening to her in that sense. And I feel like him being a white guy in a black space and trying to like son a black man, it wouldn't have went well with a lot of people, especially because Taylor has a lot of defenders. I don't know why, but he does. And people, it just would not have rubbed well, especially because they probably would have clipped that. Somebody would have sent it to the shade room, and it just would have been like, oh yeah, he's always in our space trying to stun us. And I just feel like it would have never, he would have never been able to do anything. I feel like the cards that he was dealt, he played them really well. And I think that's really all that I have to say about it.
Okay, awesome. Peter, you are next. I'm gonna put time on the timer for you. Go ahead.
What is the topic we're talking about before I go? I want to make sure I've clarity.
So we were basically talking about just the takes on the reunion. We're talking about just recapping the Keke Palmer interview with Nick and Taylor. What are your takes?
Could you reset my timer?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So first, the Kiki Palmer. That interview pissed me off because I don't know why it held that long. At first, I thought it was held because maybe they had something in it that they didn't want to say until the reunion came out. But after watching it, wasn't really anything to it. And then I was getting clips on Twitter and people started freaking out. And I'm like, "Whoa, oh shit, what the fuck happened?" But then I watched it. I'm like, it's not that bad. Like the first previous person said, I don't know why people are freaking out on him. Like them said, he went into a black space. He went into a black space, and it was very clear that Tito was biased. Biased as it relates to Taylor. she even said something about her family, her mother and sister being fans of Taylor, even she was. So how the hell did they expect him to check a black man in a black space, which is also his friend? Also, it was just right after they left, so he didn't really know and he hadn't watched the show, so he didn't know if what Taylor was saying is true or false. So this is why I don't like debating with people that doesn't debate in facts and the debating projections and feelings. It's all right to have feelings about something, but they should doesn't debate in facts and the debating projections and feelings. It's all right to have feelings about something, but it should always be fact based. It doesn't make sense you're debating something or saying something and there's no fact behind it. And this has always been my issue with a lot of these debates recently. And I was trying to get on a lot of live recently because I wanted to drop Taylor, but they didn't want to let me up because they know that they can't get around me because I always carry facts. I don't deal with projections or emotions. I do have emotions at my time, but it's always based and rooted in facts. And that's always been my issue when it relates to Taylor. Is a lot of black men I realize they don't want to hold Taylor accountable. I don't know if that's the case because they see themselves in Taylor or what the case is, but they refuse to hold him accountable and continue to switch the goalposts as it relates to him and try to shift blame onto Nick and saying somehow he's worse than Nick. And I've said it before. Nick has always been honest with Sierra up front. He never lied to that girl. It was always very clear. So this constant trying to demonize Nick while absolving Taylor of his wrongdoing is it's always asinine to me. I don't know why. And as it relates to the clip that was released, yeah, I don't want to. My thing is, I don't want to say too much on it because I haven't watched it, and that's my thing. I don't like to comment on stuff that I haven't watched because I don't know. I don't. Taking a clip from something and then adding an opinion on it when I'm not sure what it's about. I could come off as maybe a disingenuous and not correct. So I like knowing what I'm talking about when I make any statements. So yeah, so as it relates to that, that's all my only thing. The fact that he was in a black space, there's no way him as a white man can go in a black space and then disrespect a black man in that space. He would have gotten dragged. 100% he would have gotten dragged. So he was very smart to keep his mouth shut. And with that, I'm mute.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Gigi, for holding it down. AB, we are talking about Kiki's podcast, and we're talking about, like, we all saw the trailer for the reunion. I need y'all to fucking see this girl. She is... Let me turn this ring light off real quick because, ma'am, what are we talking about right now? Hold on. Let me take my background off. Hold on, because y'all gotta fucking see this. Woo, child. Honey, child. Honey, boo-boo. Come on, filter. Don't piss me off, TikTok. Oh, I was on the wrong screen. My bad, TikTok. I was judging you for no reason. Do we see this girl? What is this side Barbie island? Why is it Barbie, Sierra? Girl. Now I know the place is side Barbie. But why
Ain't no way.
Barbie?
Ain't no way.
Wait, what's
Y'all
that?
can't
What's
tell.
that?
See, this is why they call her swim fan. This is why they call her swim fan. Because you cannot. That's bunny boiling. Those are bunny boiling tactics. Like, oh, legit, change your locks. Nick,
Wait,
start
what is
dropping
it
your
though? Like,
location.
I'm
Like,
confused.
what
What
are
is
we
it?
doing?
It is a
What am I
it's
looking at though?
a
That's the thing.
flyer. It's a flyer for her meet and greet that is happening in Houston, Texas.
Nah.
And
Oh, hell no. Hell no. No, you're lying.
And
No.
Olandria is in Houston right
You're
now.
lying.
Oh my gosh.
No.
You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. I don't believe that. I don't believe you. You're lying. That's not possible.
that is
I don't
on
believe
her
it. I
Haven't
don't. I'm
that
website
sorry.
right now.
That's insanity.
No.
She's literally graduated to bunny boiler status. Like, you are insane.
Yeah. Behavior.
Literally, y'all cannot convince me otherwise. And people, for y'all,
Behavior.
literally, y'all cannot convince me otherwise. And people, for y'all people who defending Slurella and her foolishness, talking about can a girl be hurt? No, this is a can a girl be obsessed. And anybody defending this foolishness is the same type of girl who sits there and hooks up with a sneaky link and then gets mad when he goes the other day. I can't. Y'all, let me shut up.
That
I
The
keep telling
slur
people
slinging
that
slasher.
this is my issue with
The
her.
slur slinging slasher.
oh, Franny, hold on. Let
This
me
is my
go.
issue with
Getting fucking scary. Like, I thought it was weird before, but I was like, whatever. Nah, this is a bit too much. I
Let
thought
me
she
tell
chill
y'all one
after
more
listening to
thing.
that podcast. This is
me tell you.
insane.
Oh, wait, shit. I wasn't showing you nothing. Hold on,
Now,
y'all.
if I have okay, it's not like I'm giving her grace, but I think the poster was made before the podcast dropped. So I think hopefully if she has a brain after this shit, she'll stop.
Even if it was before the podcast dropped, this is still weird.
No, obviously
This
it's
is
insane. It's still insane.
because
I'm just saying.
Elandria has always identified as Barbie.
No,
That has
obviously.
always been her
I'm
moniker.
not saying
And for
it's
you to
not
do
that.
this
I'm just
is
saying
weird.
they probably made the poster pre-podcast. After podcast, if she continued this shit, this is like insane levels.
But
Like,
she
she's
was that's what I'm
crazy.
saying.
She's gonna be insane if she keeps pushing it. It's weird.
But just like Dresky in the comments says, when was she ever a Barbie? She needs to cut this out. She needs
Fucking
to
Barbie.
cut this
Fuck,
out.
she's not even my scene, let alone Barbie.
But I mean, didn't she have to see it? Like, didn't they have to show her this and be like, look, this is the one that we're going to use when we post you?
Yes.
She had to have
she would
approved
have to
it.
approve this.
Love not
Exactly.
I know it is still weird. I'm just saying we have to remember. I'm just saying the timeline. It was probably made
When she saw the
before
finale,
the
nothing of
podcast.
it. No, when she saw the finale, none of this should have ever been. No.
Obviously, I'm already saying she's weird. Is she? I'm just saying she hasn't seen the podcast because Nick basically did that whole thing, right? When that podcast should have came out like weeks ago. If she continues this crazy shit, it's going to be very strange. Not even strange. Weird, creepy, gross. Like it's
Every
giving
move she has made
serial
just gets
stalker. I mean, it is already,
Every
but I'm
move.
just saying it would be. I'm just giving creepy, gross. Like it's
Every
giving
move she has made
serial
just gets
stalker. I mean, it is already,
Every
but I'm
move.
just saying it would be. I'm just giving a
There's
timeline.
Yeah.
I will say this. Here's what I'm gonna say, y'all. Let me
There's
say
already
this.
clips.
Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. I will say that so we were just looking at non-live. We were just looking at the poster for Sierra's meet and greet where it has Barbie in the tagline of it. Side Barbie is what it said. So this is I will say this. Obviously, she didn't make the flyer, right? Yes, she did approve it, right? But I could see this definitely being like the bar's attempt at stirring up shit in order to try to, get people to talk, which is exactly what people are doing, right? Also, I could see, like somebody mentioned, the whole Hilda thing, Hilda with the good hair, and how that's like a nod at Beyonce's Becky with the good hair, right? And so I would just say that, like, they are engaging, so they are accountable. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just also saying it's interesting that it feels interesting to me that it's side Barbie, especially because of the narrative that she did in Mykonos. You know what I mean? Of being like,
Yep, like she's a side chick.
Full time.
But
As
you're
the
not
to have the side. You know what I mean?
Yep, like she'd be the side chick. Yep.
Technically, you would be the main chick, and then all that was low key. Technically, the side chick. If you want to go through delusional, oh, Nick was my man.
But that's not. But she's.
Right?
But she's. But that's not how she's thinking, and that's not how the promoters. I think the promoters definitely were trying to play it up based on her Mykonos post. Hi, I think they definitely were trying to play it up based on the Mykonos post, just like you said, trying to make it sound like she was low key the side chick, and he was trying to make his main the whole time. And it just happens to be that it's sidebar. Now she's playing into the whole side Barbie thing, and for you to approve that, I think is so weird. And people can't tell me that she's not
So
media
weird.
trained because in her Snap post, she just talked about how she has a whole talent agency she's CEO of. So anybody who has any further commentary. She just talked about how she has a whole talent agency she's CEO of. So anybody who has any further commentary on her her use of the slur and not knowing about it, being oblivious to it, y'all can scratch that because you're not a CEO of a whole talent agency. You didn't know that.
I
For
think
you
we
not
gotta
to sit
get
up
the
here.
whole for nickname. We should start calling her Slurella because that's the only way people will remember that she said a slur. I'm not
Yes,
calling her 404 no
Slurella,
more.
absolutely.
No, Slurella.
Because
Slurrella's her name
this
now.
is crazy.
So, Cookie, the name of the bar
Guys,
is like,
know what you're saying? It's not.
the name of the bar is Sidebar.
I was saying it's. Oh,
It's not Sidebar
I
because
don't
the
think it's
bar is
crazy. It's
Sidebar. So
calculating.
it's
I
a
keep
play
telling
on
you.
words. It's a play on words for sure, based on the name of the bar itself. But it just obviously it feels intentional, and anybody that's in marketing that probably feels really smart to them because they know that a big portion of her storyline is what's been going on between her and Bama Barbie, and the fact that it's in Houston, that just feels messy on their part and on her.
It's
I feel
Yes.
like
that it's in
she's
Houston.
very messy.
Very
It's
and
calculating,
has always been messy. But one thing for me that's different between the way she's going about things and the way that Ola and Shelly are going about things, Ola and Shelly, there's a respect about them that the brands and the fans respect them. But to me, she's going about things in a trashy and obsessive way and trying to feed off of Ola and her and Nick's fame. Her brand isn't gonna last. She's literally gonna have the scarlet letter on her. So she might have this attention for now and everything because everything's hyped up around Love Island and the reunion. But come 6 months from now, no one is gonna be paying attention to her. Whereas with Ola and Shelly, people are gonna continue to speak on them. The Oscars commented on Olandria's I think it was the Kiefer Agua de Kiefer commercial, and with Nyx, and even with Shelly, the Oscars commented under one of Shelly's posts. So there's a certain respect about them that they're getting that Sierra isn't gonna get. So you know what? Let her play these little games. She plays stupid games. She's gonna get stupid prizes. All she's always just gonna be is just promoting a club after club, but it's not gonna be at the level and respect that Ola and Shelly have with like they're in Teen Vogue. Teen Vogue. So you know what? Let her have it. Let her be the obsessed fan that she is.
Yeah, I
Yeah, but it's not a fun though. She's calculating.
I think that's.
That's my thing. She's calculating. It's on purpose.
I will say this,
You hear me?
y'all. I will say this though. Hi, Shink. I will say this though to Sam and Cookie's point. Like this is definitely messy on the part of the bar, and I think it's actually insulting for them to be like, "She's the side Barbie." I do think it is playing on. Oh, you're welcome, Love Note. I do think it is playing on her language, right? But I do think it's like actually not that kind. Like they could have just been like, Sidebar presents Sierra from Love Island. A new bombshell has entered the sidebar. Like they could have done anything, but they chose to do that.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing for her, but it's disconcerting to me because it's not like I really care about like Slurella, but I'm like thinking, what does O feel? Because the fact that this is in Houston, and obviously this is going to stop more shit for her, especially when people are already talking about Nick because of the podcast, because people just like to project onto Nick and Olandria, you know what I mean? It's extremely frustrating, and I can't imagine like what she's going through right now. But obviously she's got things moving. She's gonna move on. I just think that she's gonna feel really shaken, considering that, you know, we all know that like Shelly is like quote unquote close with Slurella right now, and like I don't know, it's just weird to me. It's extremely weird.
I don't think she cares. I genuinely don't think she cares that she's watching what he's doing. I think, like I said, I've said it from day one that Sierra's very calculating. She
Yeah.
knows exactly what she's doing.
It's not like
So
I
all
don't
of
think
this
she
what
really
she's trying to
cares
do.
about Slurella, but just kind of like, you know, the waves Slurella does whenever she's doing some dumb shit. It
Yeah.
always makes it back to O.
Well, at
Yeah.
this
And
point,
it,
it's not
I
even
always,
just
But that's the thing,
oh,
like she's trying. My thing is, I think she's trying to change the narrative.
but
I
at this,
genuinely think she's trying.
absolutely. But at this
She's
point,
trying
here, it's not
everything she
even
can
just
to
about
change her
oh.
narrative.
It's not even just about O at this point. It's about Shelly as
Ooh, I'll
well,
be forgetting.
especially since her most recent point, Shelly was at the forefront of her posts, and that's the only other person that she's posting. This backlash is going to pull back to Shelly because what are the odds that this timing dropped at the same time as the Vogue magazine article, as the Teen Vogue article, and their posts? This shit is messy. Not Landria. Slorella knows what she's doing because once again she owns a talent agency for creators. She understands what drives, she understands SEO, she understands algorithms, she knows when to put these things out, she knows how to shift a narrative. This is what she was doing. Of course she would approve something like this to go out because it's the timing. All this talk about Alandria possibly collaborating with Barbie, and then what happens? She drops this. The Teen Vogue, the Teen Vogue ad. All of a sudden, she drops this. It's ridiculous, and for people to not even notice that, and for Shelly to not take it, like, it frustrates me to look at Shelly and be like, girl, I just want to shake her and be like, petite please, like, I really want to hit her with a whole hard Haitian auntie, like, petite please, like, bit famoso, like, girl, be a girl. And step into your shit and take control of your narrative because you're letting this girl take control of your narrative and use you to pivot and put all this social emotional labor on you, and for what?
Well, don't you? Well, what do you think about Shelly Elise Post and Ola, where they did? I know that was more of a professional shoot, and but what do you think about the fact that Elise, yeah, Sierra posted Shelly, but it at least showing from Shelly's point of view, it's Ola that she Elise posted and not Sierra. Do you think that sort of makes a difference? Do you think that's her
I
taking her stand, saying that she at least sticks with Olander as her number one?
I don't know
I
because
think that
it's
Shelly,
professional. If it was personal,
well,
I'd be
not
like,
just
okay, that's a
that,
sign.
but
Hold on.
that's not necessarily true because Shelly posted her professional pics with Ola too, and posted under and then said something about my soul sister. This was, I think, yesterday, or the day before, and Slorella actually commented on it, and then Shelly responded to those comments with a heart and like a cryy face. So she's very well aware of Sierra being in her comments and Sierra posting because she's also commented on Sierra's post in support of her. So it's like you're very well aware of this. And I understand that, there's this age of, well, I'm not going to let people, I'm not going to really care if people say I'm going to do what I want because I'm grown, and that's perfectly fine. But you also have to be aware of the space that you're moving in, right? You want to be in media, you want to do music, you want to do acting. You do not currently possess the social capital to be a risk for these big companies, for these big execs. And if you want to, think Kerry Washington. I know you're gonna make a face when I say Kerry Washington because how you feel about Olivia Pope. However, but think Kerry Washington. I know you're gonna make a face when I say Kerry Washington because how you feel about Olivia Pope. However, but think Kerry Washington, for example, right? Kerry Washington has amazing social currency. No one says anything when they make jokes about her potentially being a homewrecker, talking about Tony Goldwyn's wife is like the God's strongest soldier, because they stay shipping her and Tony Goldwyn. Angelina Jolie has amazing social currency. No one batted an eyelash when she broke up America's Sweetheart from her man. They didn't bat an eyelash. Why? Because she has that social currency. Execs are going to take that risk on her. If Shelly wants to break into these industries, she needs to understand that she does not currently possess the social currency to be able to be a risk like this. And if you don't say anything, the narrative is going to be made for you, especially in the spaces that you want to move in.
Well, I think it's important that we give Shelly, as a Black woman, the same grace that we give Nick, as a white man, who is friends with someone who we've seen on live, bopping someone in the head, who we know isn't the nicest to one of our favorites, Alandria. And we seem to be able to find it within ourselves to give him grace and think, maybe they've had discussions off camera, maybe, we give him a lot of possibilities of things that may have happened. And I think that we should hold space to do the same thing for that with Shelly. Not saying that they had the same social capital like you're mentioning. Maybe she doesn't have the room to be friends with someone like Sierra, but I think at least within our own community, we should give her grace and understand that perhaps she's had conversations with Olandria separate from what we've seen, or perhaps these are old pictures. All of the pictures that we've seen of Shelly with Sierra have been with her short bob, which was a long time ago. And maybe she isn't comfortable speaking out publicly against her and bashing her, but maybe they're no longer as close. And I think it's important that we ourselves, I mean, I don't know what your ethnicity is, but I'm a Black woman, and it's very important to me that I purposely choose not to participate in something that may unconsciously be, participating in misogynoir, because we don't hold the same amount of grace for Shelly, and I think it's important that we purposely choose not to do that.
So just to respond really quickly, sorry, just
Okay,
really
go ahead.
quickly, just to respond, I am Black, and not just that, but we share commonality in the fact that I'm Haitian, right? And so when I look at this for her, like I do very much connect for her, but it's not the fact that I'm not giving her grace, and it's not the fact that she's friends with her. When you look at Sierra's posts, she's very much somebody who's very comfortable with posting the people around her, right? Post racial incident, the only person she has posted is Shelly. And what I'm trying to impart is that for somebody moving in the media space and who's trying to be able to do this and to be able to make these moves, she has to understand the industry that she's in. It's not about us as Black people giving her grace. It's us if we want to support her, and to be able to see her succeed. She has to understand that that Slorella's proximity to whiteness in proximity to her and her Blackness is always going to force her to do the social labor for Slorella. Look at how quickly people have turned on her, and that narrative has changed as to what is Shelly doing, as opposed to is Slorella really doing the work.
Right. So I
Everybody's
think
turned on her. Why? Because she's put that social narrative, and that's what happens when people with white privilege or proximity to whiteness are in proximity to Blackness. That social labor becomes your labor, and that's the
I
issue.
agree.
And she has
But I
yet
think
to
this is
post
more
any
of
of her.
a Sierra. Okay.
But has she posted any of her white friends that went to Mykonos with her? None. Not a single one. The only person that she's consistently that she's posted is Shelly. And I with her, none. Not a single one. The only person that she's consistently that she's posted is Shelly. And then you look at of it as well. So those photos are old, and we fully acknowledge that. But the fact that Shelly has commented on these photos, the fact that she has liked these photos, people are looking at this. And if she were to turn around and want to go back to day trading or go back to being having just a regular 9 to 5, I can understand her not really caring, right? But for somebody who wants to move in the entertainment space, the big execs that are going to be handing out these checks are going to wonder, are you a capital risk? And B, are you a capital risk? And B, how are you moving in the people that you surround yourself with? This is what people are going to look. So when I say these things, I don't say these things to disparage her. I say these things to encourage her to take control of her narrative. Even if you want to remain friends with her, reach out to her and be like, look, I expect the same respect from you that you gave your other friends that you do not post racial incident to me, especially with the timing of the things that you are posting. You waited until after the reunion filming to post an old photo of us. You waited until this Barbie thing dropped to post to do this, and all of these things that you're doing are impacting me. Look at how she was already receiving backlash, and then you add on to this backlash. She's using her as her token Black friend, and I would wish that more people wake up and see that, because because especially like birds of a feather really matters in this industry. The people that you flock to and that you're surrounded with, she doesn't have. So when I say she doesn't have that social capital, she doesn't have that resume and that capital to be able to carry the burden of Slorella's social crimes. And that's why I don't want to life for her. So like another Haitian woman, I want to be like really just shake her and be like, girl, wake up. You know what I mean?
Agree.
Especially,
Yeah. Can
I
I say
agree.
something
Um,
real quickly?
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me just add something real quick, and then I'm gonna have you go, Love, and then have you go, Peter, and then have you respond to that. Yeah, and I'll let you respond to user. I just want to name also. So I'm on Sierra's page, right? I'm looking at the numbers on her post, right? Like, what are the impressions on the post? And her post with just looking at her last 4 posts. Matter of fact, I'll go to her last 6. The 2 right before Shelly, and then the 3 right after Shelly. The 2 right before, one of them 78.5K, the other one 92.2K, which that was the post where she said how she wanted to be a man's nightmare. She was in that outfit, right? And then Shelly's post 159K. The 3 posts after that, 39.6, 24.5, 7.3. So she is clearly using Shelly to farm engagement on her page. And I think that is like the thing that feels problematic, because she's using it to farm engagement and she's not having to be accountable. And all of this heat is going to Shelly instead of staying with her where it belongs.
Yes, that's the point that I'm making. Exactly.
Wait,
And
before
so-
Love goes, can I go because I have to get off really quick?
Oh, yes.
Sure.
Okay, I was just gonna say, no matter what the society tries to tell you, we do, as Black women, we do have a lot of social currency and we do have a lot of social capital. And even her saying in that one clip where she said she wishes that Olandria and Nick would have embraced her says a lot. And then especially going to post Shelly, like Gigi said, it says a lot. And then if you know, like if you go back and watch some of the clips, she's always lingering around whenever Olandria and Shelly are trying to have their little one-on-one. And even when her and Nick went up to Soul Ties, he was like, I rarely get to talk to you. And why? It's because she's always hanging around Olandria. He was like, I rarely get to talk to you. And why? It's because she's always hanging around Olandria and Shelly. Always.
Mhm.
And even with the nature of Love Island, the Black women are always the most popular. They are always the fan favorites. So for her to be a Love Island fanatic and to know that if I stick with these 2 dark-skinned women who are always going to be the fan favorites in America's eyes, I am always going to be at the top with them because I am their friend. But that's all I had to say, and then I'll go.
Thank you so much, Jalen, for joining.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you
to
for
clear it up
having
really
me.
quick. Just to clear it up, I don't think that it's not that I'm saying that Black women don't have social capital. I understand we have social capital, but we are not the ones running the entertainment industry. And these are the people that she has to appeal to. And that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Gigi. And the thing is, the conversation does not fully become about Sierra. Like we've said, the conversation is now about Shelly. People are now talking about her character. Just as what we've been hearing, birds of a feather flock together. A friend to all is a friend to none. So now people are going to start looking at, well, what is her loyalty going to be like? Because one thing I'll say is people are very protective of Olandria. Like that's the thing. There's a need to protect Olandria. And in a sense, it's looking like, well, do you really have Olandria's back if you're consistently being friends with this person who seems to be going against her in every single way? I feel like it's just definitely throwing a negative conversation around Shelly, her name, her brand, and her social capital isn't going to be as great as it could be. Just like you said, especially for the amount of things that she does want to do, the different rooms that she does want to step in, because they're going to look at your fan base and how your fan base is going to support that. Because right now, Nick and Olandria, they have a strong fan base. That's why they were able to, I mean, Nick sold out in 3 hours. Even with the Love Island reunion trailer, they were the first ones that they showed. So they already are building a very strong fan base and social currency. And Shelly, your social currency isn't at that level at the moment. And it seems like Sierra is trying to bring it down further by associating with you. And I feel like she needs to protect that. Like, just like you said, show me the same, Gigi said, like, show me the same respect that you showed your friends in Greece. Don't post about me. We can hang out, but socially, don't include me in certain things until you're able to make that change again. So that's really what I have to say. It is bringing just negative talk around Shelly, and she needs to protect her brand. Because I love Shelly. I truly, truly do. But it does make me question her loyalty. Even with Nick, like, I like Nick, but even with him and the time he spent with Taylor, it also makes me question it, because you can't say that you love me, him being with Ola, but then you're with this person who dislikes me. It takes me back to Nick's speech where he said to Olandria, you show this loyalty to everyone that they don't show back to you. And Ola might learn the hard way on who to show that loyalty back to. Just, I think you were saying that earlier, Tina. As she is going to learn about people pleasing, but also who you're gonna want to have around in your circle and keep close. That is something I feel like this is definitely gonna be a learning period for her, and it's gonna refine her even more, and those people that she keeps close to her. So I think time will tell with her and Shelly. Definitely them being both Black women and having similar experiences, it's definitely going to bring them closer, and they're doing all these other promotional work together. I feel like it definitely will bring them closer, but time will tell with these friendships. So that will work together. I feel like it definitely will bring them closer, but time will tell with these friendships. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
All right. So, okay. Love. I get what you're saying, but the one pushback I'll say, the difference between Taylor and Sarah is using Shelly strategically. She knows every time that she use Shelly, there's always going to be a debate and stuff with. There's going to be Team Alandria and Team Shelly, and the two sides are always going to butt heads. Like I said, Sarah, I've said from day one, that girl is very strategic in everything she does. Gigi said, she's using Shelly. She knows damn well she hasn't posted any of her friends since the racism thing came out. You haven't seen her with any of your friends. And mind all of them were in the same place, and there's no picture of her on any of her friends' accounts or any picture of her friends on any of her accounts since the whole racism thing. So she's very strategic in posting Shelly not only to say, see guys, I have a Black friend, I can't be racist, but also to draw the heat on, I think intentionally to draw the heat on Alandria, and also because he knows that posting Shelly would draw heat on Alandria and also Shelly. She's very strategic in that, and that's why I'm saying and that's what I'm saying in that. But old Taylor's situation is Nick was friends with Taylor before him and Alandria got together. Yes, until I get what you're saying that I say Taylor maybe he may not like Alandra, but he hasn't really come at her anyway in a sense since after the whole thing. So I can't say this is my issue with people. We can't say you shouldn't be friends with this or that person because of your partner. Because if I'm with somebody, if I've been friends with somebody for years, or right now in the same time I have my partner, we're great friends, and them and my partner are falling out or some case, unless that person isn't saying things sideways about my partner, then I can't. There's no way I would not be friends with that person until they show me something else. So that's my thing. We can't say you can't be friends with people because them and their partner isn't cool. That doesn't make any sense. We're all adults, and that's just adult way of thinking. Unless Taylor actually does something to Alandra, say something sideways to Alandra, then I'll come for him, and I'm like, okay, maybe you need to choose. For right now, they're all adults. Alandra is adult. She says she's cool. She doesn't. She's cool with him. She might not want to hang around him or be buddy with him, but she's like, she's cool, she's good, she's keeping it moving. So that's always been my thing. So Sarah, that's the difference between Sarah and Taylor. Sarah is very calculating with everything she does. I've been saying from day one, that's her whole thing. She's like what Gigi said, she's using Shelley two ways to shield herself from the racism accusations and also to draw heat on both Shelley and Alandra, because every time she posts them, there's always an infighting between especially Black women about the Shelley and Alandra situation. So she's very calculating and released to that.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. I know that you want to respond to user. I want to respond to MT's question real quick. Ace is good at clocking things. Do you think the way Shelly is moving with 404 will create issues with Ace? I don't think that. I think that if anything, Ace will just advise her. I would say that, Ace is very mindful of how his image is in the public, about how he is portrayed and received, because he knows, again, like how he was produced on the show. And so I think if anything, I'm sure listening to some of the discourse, not everything, right? But I'm sure that he's aware that his girl is getting smoke, you know what I'm saying? About it, when, again, y'all, it needs the two things. The smoke needs to stay with Ciara, and I do understand why Black women explicitly, that's kind of what we're talking about, Call Me Kate. I do understand why Black women explicitly are talking to Shelly, because she feels like ours. Ciara doesn't feel like ours, right? Shelly feels like ours, and so we feel protective of her. We're like, get away from that weird ass girl, you know what I mean? And to Mika's point, we're not like, people are not saying anything different to her than like a mom would say to their child. So I get why the conversation seems very focused on Shelly, because she feels like our person, right? Whereas Ciara, we're like, that girl is weird, like that feels clear, right? So I think if anything, he will name for her like, hey, this is what's happening, just be mindful of, the image and what it is that you want to have out in the world. Ultimately, yeah, they're grown and they're going to do what they want to do. And do I think that she is doing things for her benefit? Absolutely. I think that she's moved like that, both in the villa, to Peter's point, and outside of the villa, and I do always want us to be mindful of, like, at what expense, what am I being required to give up and to sacrifice in order for you to be okay? And is that really how a friend would move with me? Okay, user, please go ahead and share your thoughts.
So yeah, I totally agree with so many of the points that have been posted. I definitely think that she's using Shelly. I think that's clear. With her timing and the fact that she's posting old pictures, the fact that she hasn't posted her, original friends and is only posting Shelly. So I think that is absolutely clear. My only thing was kind of what you just pointed out, why we're sort of pointing all of our ire, or what I've seen, at Shelly instead of Ciara. I understand that she's ours, but at the same time, I think it's important to treat the people who are ours with some kindness, in the same way that, we seem to be very protective over Nicolandria, rightfully so, right? And I think that we tend to be able to see when he's in Nick in particular, he's in a sticky situation and all of those things. We kind of fill in the blanks for him in ways that where we're protective over that situation. And I understand why. And I think that we can use that same level of care when it comes to people who are like us. I think it's important to purposely do that, because historically we haven't been given that grace, and it's important that we give ourselves that grace. That being said, I do hope that Shelly wakes up. I hope that she does get away from her, because if she's purposely posting her, knowing that it's a sensitive situation, then is she really your friend? She's clearly not. You're not someone's friend if you're doing something that is going to harm you. But I think it's important that it's framed in that way, instead of, ooh, Shelly's weird, she's not a good friend. All of those things seem very judgmental onto Shelly, instead of understanding how it could be a very difficult and sticky situation and giving grace, to our own. And I just think it's important to point that out, that we need to operate with that sort of frame, even though others may not. Yeah. And I also hope that Olandria herself, I don't know how she's thinking, I don't know how she's feeling, but if these relationships, like the one with Ciara and even the one with Taylor, if it does bother her, I wonder how, if she will in the future, or maybe have already in the past and we don't know about it, sort of communicate that with the people who she loves. Clearly she loves Shelly and Nick. It seems like they have good relationships. How will she communicate that, yeah, you may be friends with these people, but these relationships may hurt me? So I just wonder how that will play out.
Yeah, user, I think that's a great point. I do think that we attempt to do a very good job of that here in this space, of like, it is extremely nuanced. And we've been having this conversation since that picture got posted by 404. Like it is extremely nuanced, right? And I do think that I believe that like we don't have to treat our people, the ones that feel like ours, as like I don't need to toughen you up for the world, right? And so there is a way to have this conversation with a lot of compassion, a lot of care, a lot of grace, and recognizing all the nuance. And to sub Per's point, a lot of us are able to see it because Miss Subber, we are older, we have more data, we have more information, right? That like these girls are younger and they may not see these things the way that we see these things. And I say all the time, I think that makes it our responsibility as the older generation to discuss it, but to come from a place of compassion, to come from a place of care and concern. I do think that we attempt to do that a lot on my panels of like, yes, we can say like, oh, this is weird, it feels icky, like something feels off, and then we need to dig deeper than that. Why does it feel weird? Why does it feel icky? What feels off? So that we can come from a place of grace around it. And yeah, I think, again, y'all, I do think, and I say this all the time, a lot of shit is gonna change after the reunion, y'all. We just gotta let us get to the reunion and let's be a couple more months post Villa. I think a lot of things will change. Tata wants to come up. Tata, and I'm gonna add a couple more people. Tata, will you give us your thoughts?
Yeah. So I think I wanted to say like I'm Haitian. So and I've been the first one to say I was very like critical of Shelly in the beginning, and it took like my second rewatch for me to like for her to grow on me because at first I was looking at her in the lens where I wanted more from her. Then I realized that I was holding her to a standard that wasn't fair to her. So I've since changed my mind on how I view Shelly, but I do feel like we are trying to give Shelly grace, but it's hard to do that because we can't understand where she is coming from, why she's moving the way she's moving, because it's not beneficial to her in any way, shape, or form. It's not making sense. So it's like, and as a black community, we tend to speak up when we don't like something happening with around our people. We're not always right the way we go about it, but we do speak up. And I feel like that's what's happening. Say what you want about it, how we're going about it, but we're speaking because we're watching this woman who's already seeing how the world treats women, how the world treats black women. For you to get with a color of color, a person of color who's moving the way she's moving. If she moves out about the Asian community, imagine how she feels about the black community. And it's like we can't you can't put your finger as to why Shelly's moving the way she's moving. So it's like we have to be like, okay, maybe it's time for us to say maybe Shelly may not deserve the grace that we're trying to give her, or maybe Shelly is okay with her being who she is and she doesn't take a stance against these things. Because if Sierra had done that to the Haitian community and Shelly was Asian, how do we be having this conversation? Because I'm sorry, you can feel however you feel about the girl because apparently the way her Sierra's friends talk, Shelly and them were friends outside of the villa. So I get that there's a deeper connection. And I also say because Shelly is Haitian, Shelly is a child of an immigrant, no matter how Americanized she is, that does not take away from the fact that she does have a different connection than she would have with Alendria. That cannot be overlooked, right? But at the same time, at what point do you like, okay, I have a brand, I am a black woman, and the world's never going to treat me the way they go. The world is waiting to forgive Sierra and move on from it. But they're not going to look at Shelly the same way. So what is she doing? And should we keep giving her grace, or should we be like, okay, girl, you need to get with the program? Because we can't, at some point, we have to hold her accountable because she's not held hostage. She is a grown woman who's making a bad decision that's going to affect her long term. That's my 2 cents.
I think that's a good point, and it ties into this comment that I want to read from Bob. Bob said maybe Shelly lets Sierra post her because she's her friend and is trying to help change her image. This goes back to like the mamification that I've talked about of the women in the villa, right? Like it is not the responsibility of the black women to provide you cover. That's unfair. And to Tata's point, I say all the time, no matter if you're my favorite or not, I'm an equal opportunity accountability baddie. And so yes, I do think there is this complexity, this other layer of complexity around why is 404 receiving the backlash she's receiving, and you're choosing to be this person's friend, and what might that mean about you? And I don't know if y'all saw it, but Shelly did get some backlash from Asian community about the outfit that she wore in one of her shoots. Now, I'm going to be very clear. I think more of that smoke needed to be reserved for the stylist, because Shelly's just putting on what she's supposed to wear. She doesn't always have all the information, but I also know she didn't publicly address it. Like, she never said anything about it. She just got smoke from it and then just kind of kept pushing. And so I do think there is some level of like, okay, well, what might this mean? There might be questions that people have, and I wouldn't be mad about them having those questions. I'm not willing to draw any conclusions just based on those things, but I can understand why people might be curious. Okay, Athena, I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Like I've said it before, like Shelly is being used. I mean, that is what's happening, because like Gigi said, Sierra went to Mykonos with her white friends and she doesn't post them, but she posts Shelly, and she's using Shelly to sanitize her image. And I think, like I said on a previous live, all it does, but I also really think she's also trying to have the added benefit of trying to drive a wedge between Shelly and Olandria, because every time she posts a picture like that, the Olandria and Shelly fans, who are, a lot of people like Shellandria, but there are a lot of Shelly and Olandria fans who do not, whatever, because as a Nick Landria fan, I saw what happened the night that Shalace got sent home. They like churned on Nick Landria bad. It was like crazy. So I think there are a lot of people who are still bitter that Shelly and Ace didn't make it to the finals and that Nick and Olandria did. So they already hate Nick Olandria. So they're taking any opportunity that they can to use that as a way to go against each other. And then that's, I think, having that kind of constant infighting between the fan bases, which everybody can see. I'm sure Sierra sees it. That's another way that she can probably try to use to try to drive a wedge between Shelly and Olandria. So I think it really is a twofer for her to post Shelly, because she gets the added benefit of the Shelly fans defending her by proxy of defending Shelly. And then hopefully it causes some dissension among the people who are rooting for Shelly and Olandria together. Like, that's what it is. It sucks because like there is no upside benefit of this to Shelly at all. Like, there's no upside. That's what I don't understand. Like, there is no, I see the benefit for Sierra. I don't see the benefit of this at all for Shelly. Like, it's crazy to me. But also on another level, we have to remember when Shelly and Ace were voted like at the bottom, which is actually something I actually did respect about Shelly. How she said, I don't know what the hell's going on with America. I don't give a damn. I know who I am or whatever. So Shelly probably is just that kind of person who's like, she's my friend and I'm going to stand beside her. So that could be it as well. So I can't blame her for that. So like, because to me, there's no benefit. So I have to think that that's what's going on. That she is my friend, and you know, all these people are going against her. So I can't turn my back against her. I don't know how Shelly feels about it. I'm sure she probably doesn't love it, but I don't know if Shelly maybe doesn't say anything, or she hasn't said anything, or maybe she's trying to figure out a way to say something. But there's no benefit of this for Shelly besides friendship, which sucks because her friend is using her.
Yeah.
Sierra is not a friend to her. Shelly might be a friend to Sierra. I'm not going to say might. I think Shelly is a friend to Sierra. Sierra is not a friend to Shelly. Sierra's not. She's literally like, this is like she's literally trying to walk on Shelly's back to like make her come back. That's what it is. She's trying to use Shelly as a stepping stone, and it's sad. It's sad that Shelly's allowing herself to be used like this, and she's doing it all in the name of friendship to someone who's not her friend. Because if she was her friend, she would not be treating her like this, and she would at least be treating Shelly the same way she treats her other friends, which is by keeping their relationship private. So
yeah, for sure. And I just want to say, I just did a quick cursory glance through Slorella's timeline on IG, and before Love Island, she was the darkest one of her friends that she has ever posted. So if anyone ever had any question as if she was trying to have a token black friend moment, yes, this is it. Besides all that, she was the darkest one of her friends ever posted in any of her pictures. She is doing this because she has a token friend, and she knows how easily, you know, I can't be a racist if I have a black friend. So just want to let y'all know.
Yeah, and I want to say this too. Hi, Destiny. I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute. I will say this too, right? And then User and Love, I'm going to let y'all share some more thoughts because I want to rotate you out and bring some other folks up real quick. But I will say this too. To Bob's point,
right? Like, I could very easily believe that Sierra and Shelly had conversations, and Sierra was like, is it cool if I post this picture? And Shelly's like, girl, I don't care. Like, it's fine. You know, like, I could easily believe that Sierra asked for consent and is not just doing it maliciously, right? Or doing it as like a fuck you, I'm going to post it anyway. I could easily believe that. I think that ultimately this again goes back to what we may see, Shelly may not see. And her management may not feel like it's a problem. They may feel like it will blow over, and maybe they don't see any of the things that we see, right? And so ultimately, it is going to boil down to, and Pauline, I saw your question. Will you drop it one more time? So that we can answer it. I honestly will say I don't have a whole lot of thoughts around it, but we can definitely pose it to the panel. I will say that, and yes, Kylie, we have seen it. That's kind of what we're talking about. It's a little wild. Yeah, I will say that ultimately, like, it may be okay with her. And like, I think that as much as we all are like, ugh, we don't love it, like, we can tell that like it feels like she's being used. It feels like she's being exploited by this woman. I think that ultimately, to go back to user's point about having that grace, is I say all the time that ultimately what's most important is like that your people know that they always are going to have a soft place to land, even if they go out and bruise their heads and their bums along the way. Even if she get out here and she gets beat up by the public and they all have all this shit to say about Shelly because of Sierra, what's going to be most important is that if that all shakes out that way, that she knows that ultimately she's got somewhere to land with her fans, with the people that support her, with the people that want to see her win. She needs to know she has a soft place to come back to. And so I agree that the way that this conversation happens has got to be nuanced, has got to be compassionate, has got to be, that's a good question, Vanna, has got to be just, very carefully done. So that would be the other thought I have. User and Love, do y'all have any more thoughts you want to add before I rotate you out of the panel?
Yes. I do wonder though if Shelly will continue to, take photos with her and allow being posted, because there is a difference between, what she said at the time. I think at the time of Sierra's first post with Shelly, it was more that she said something about, it was her Grease post. And at that point I could still get behind someone wanting to be her friend despite being really close with Alondra, because there is, whether you agree with it or not, there is a question of, okay, these are her feelings, she has the right to her feelings. But going forward, she just kept pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. And so I do wonder if, and hope that Shelly will choose not to engage with her any longer, because at this point it is just, it's getting creepy. It's getting real creepy out there, and I hope she pulls back. That's it.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. Thank you again. I always love my panels. I feel like y'all are able to hold this space with such grace, compassion, wisdom, intellect. So thank y'all for that. I agree, Shrek Khan. I would not be shocked. I think what will be most telling is what happens at this birthday. And somebody was asking what happened. We saw that Sierra had a post for a flyer of a meet and greet that she's doing this weekend. Hi, Jules. That she's doing this weekend. And in the flyer, the tagline is Sand Barbie. The name of the bar is Sand Bar. So obviously it's a play on words. But we were noticing like, oh, here she is in the meet and greet is in Houston at this club. And she's using the Barbie tagline, which we know Bama Barbie, right? And so it felt very like, ooh, if nothing else, y'all are being messy as hell, right? And so in that, as we were having that conversation, it came up around Shelly and her navigating her relationship as well with Sierra. So that's where we are. Okay. Sass, you're new to our panel. Would you like to add your thoughts?
Yes, of course. Thank you for adding me to the panel. I have some input. So, like, when it comes to Sierra, we do need to look at her past. We need to look at her pattern. There's something that we haven't really discussed, which is the fact that she has aligned herself with whiteness. We talked about that in other lives in the past, but like she even has survived being a part of a primarily white sorority and been like a token Latina, which, you know, if you look at primarily white sororities, they usually have like one Asian, one Latina, one black girl. And so she knows how to move strategically in these white spaces like that. And so she also knows how to navigate. On top of that, she is a content creator. So it's just like, because she's a content creator, she's going to try and associate herself every single time something big happens for these people who are connected to Love Island, because that's the only connection that she has. And I want to say this, please don't flame me, because I'm okay with Shelly, but I also am like, let's look at it from the flip side with Shelly. Shelly could also, because she's a content creator as well, Shelly is probably also looking to be strategic with this connection to Sierra, right? Sierra has connections in the industry that Shelly probably needs, and so she may be allowing Sierra to use her and to leverage that later on down the line, right? Like, she might allow her proximity, and if she's not over here posting her to her profile, there's some boundaries, but she's also not telling Sierra explicitly, hey, don't post me. And that is like, it's probably like she's adding things to her treasure trove to leverage on later on, right? Because at the end of the day, this is her job. Her job is to be a content creator. Her job is to be in the public eye and to make appearances. And as long as she is being talked about as well as Sierra, then it's going to help her out. Now, with her people who are managing her, if Sierra becomes too toxic, if she becomes too nuclear to touch, they'll probably ask her to distance herself from them or they might formally request that Sierra stop doing it. But other than that, it kind of works in Shelly's favor to be a part of controversy, because at the end of the day, no news or bad news is good news. If you have no news, it's not good news, right? So that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and I see y'all in the comments as well. Someone said they lean more with like they think. Chicken Swarmer, all press is good press, right? That they lean more with like Shelly doesn't want to like turn on her because the whole public has. I feel similarly. I feel like Shelly has a heart where, again, to our detriment or not, that it's like, I don't want to abandon you. I totally could see how, again, and I talk about it a lot in my lives. I think that people that have empathy, one of the biggest things we have to learn to do is also have boundaries, right? To have like standards around how we utilize that empathy, right? And so I think that there is also the perspective of like, I don't want to, throw you to the wolves when you've already been left out in the cold. And so I see you maybe as an underdog or as like a victim to sort of the larger public, even though she's not a victim to the circumstance, right? But she might perceive it that way. And so she doesn't want to turn her back on this person that was her friend. Again, they have this very bonded experience in the villa. Like, I can acknowledge all of that. You know what I mean? And I know that something, again, that we have to practice is I can have empathy and still choose distance and still choose care and prioritization of myself. But that is a skill that comes with time, and that is a skill that comes with practice and age often. We have to have enough experiences where we even know that we need to do it, right? We don't always recognize it. So I do kind of see that part as well. And Rhea, am I saying it right? Rhea or Rhea? Thank you so much for being a new subscriber. Okay. Sass, thank you so much for your thoughts. I'm going to pull up 2 more people and hear their thoughts. Woman, will you give us your thoughts? Thank you, and welcome to the panel.
Hey, thank you for inviting me in, and you're doing a great job. I love you. I love following you.
Thank you.
Yes. I hear what everyone is saying, and I agree with everyone on the panel, and especially you. You're saying great things. Now, my only concern is this. For me, it's about someone's character. All right, that's important to me. And if anyone can remember the episode when Sierra had her date with Nick, and after her date with Nick, she went to the girls and talked about the date. Was she being honest about her date with what happened? So that's you should be alerted by that. And I'm surprised that Shelley is not recognizing the fact that, wait a minute, if Sierra could lie about something so minute about this, what else could she lie about? Or is she being manipulative? And I'm concerned for Shelley because she has a good heart. Because I'm Haitian myself, we have good hearts, we have a big heart. All right. And she's a Virgo too. Her birthday's on Monday, I believe, the 25th is her birthday. So I'm so nervous for her to being used by Sierra in that manner. All right. And I want Shelley to recognize that type of character, that you don't want that in your inner circle. You cannot trust her. All right. And you question, why would she come in after a date to her so-called girlfriends and not be honest about what really took place on her date, what was said? That shows her true character.
Yeah. I think you're exactly right about that. I will say that this goes back to what so many of us have been pissed about, is they didn't watch the goddamn show. But they haven't all watched the whole show back. And so there's so much that they don't know.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's the
That's
most
right.
frustrating part of it for me. I mean, like, they keep saying, every time someone asks if they watch the show, they kind of look annoyed, like, no, we haven't watched the show. I'm like, I'm not asking you to watch the show so you can see the shit that you already went through that's been, like, chopped and screwed in ways that make you look bad. I'm asking you to watch the show so you can look at the fucking confessionals and see, like, the context, and so that you understand when the fans are saying X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z. You don't look at me crazy. So when you would watch the show and I ask you a question, you know the context in which I'm asking the question, and then you can answer properly. Yes, that did happen like it showed. No, it did not happen like it showed. Actually, that was from a whole different conversation. I don't really remember. I'm gonna ask this person. They said this when they told me it was this. What do you mean they said that in the confessional? That's weird. Oh, in the confessional, I didn't even mean it like that. That was an answer to a whole different question. Oh, the producers asked me a question like this. You know what I mean? It's just basic stuff. And like, I get that the show is long, but like, if I watched it, you can too. And I also understand that they're busy, but I swear, if all of them like watched it as soon as they came out, like an episode a day, or maybe like 2 episodes a day, since leaving the villa, they would have been caught up weeks ago.
Yeah.
Honestly, they would have been caught up weeks ago, and things would have been easier, and there would have been, at least, if not less mess, the mess would have been making sense, and would have been easily detangleable. You know what I mean?
I do.
And I understand because the other islanders, like from previous seasons, haven't really set that precedent. But if I was like a contractor for Peacock or something, I'm gonna make it. You are gonna be legally liable to watch the show so that you don't mess. You know what I mean? Or I don't know. Maybe they don't want them to be watching the show so that Peacock has like the like they're more innocent in a sense. Because what if like this person said something and then the producers chopped and screwed it some way, and then I was like, oh, that's actually insane. That was an attack on my character. I literally I didn't mean it in that way at all. So maybe it's to protect them. That's why they don't enforce it. But I don't know. I still think it's strange.
I mean, I know that some of the Islanders have said, and I don't disagree, I would love for them to watch it, and I've shared before why. Like, when it comes to Alandria, I would love for her to watch it because of how her image was crafted on the show. I want her moving forward to feel like she has a clear understanding of how media might portray her so that she can have more say in how she wants to be portrayed. But I know that they also have all said, well, at least Alandria has said that she didn't like her voice. Like, people have talked about feeling anxiety watching themselves back. So I don't want them to be traumatized watching the shit, and I know that they don't want it to fuck with their actual memories of the experience. So like, I get all of that. I think if they are going to watch it back, which I do think, again, could be useful in some ways, especially as they continue to stay in the public eye, I do think that they should do that with like the care of a provider that can like support them through it.
But their family watched the show, right? Family and friends, they saw it, right? They could share some insight about what happened, what took place, right? So hopefully that was done for Shelley. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
I think at some point they had mentioned that family and friends had like sent them clips. I know Nick said that his dad like literally keeps an eye on everything and like keeps them updated. And I think Ace is the one who's done it the smartest. I believe he's watched the show And like this is why he's taken, in my opinion, I think this is why he's taken a step back to regain control of the narrative that was pushed out about him. And I don't blame him for that. And I think I very much aligned with P in the sense that I think it's very crucial if they continue to operate in this space to understand when narratives get pushed out about you and to have control and how to pivot and turn these narratives. It's important and it's imperative to know what's being put out there about you so that you can have control, so you can turn things when you need to. So I think myself too, I think it's bizarre that they, for the most part, haven't watched. I understand what reservations they have and that, they may not want to taint certain memories, and that's great. But if those memories are built on fallacies, I think that understanding that is more important.
That makes sense. And you're new to our panel. I would love to hear your thoughts.
Oh, hi again. So let's be honest. Ciara knows what she's doing. After her exit from Love Island over the resurfaced racist post, her public image, we know for a fact, took a major hit with that apology. And who did she reach out to first? Shelly. Shelly has been a fan favorite, regardless of the Standing Business Challenge. She carried herself with grace and is one of the person whose validation often softened the blow of her controversy. She aligned, it wasn't random, it was strategic at the end of the day, because she's an influencer. You always think about your next move. All press, as someone said, all press is good press at the end of the day. By aligning herself with Shelly, Ciara positioned her apology not just as a personal growth, but as a public rebut. Shelly's acknowledgement, and however brief it was, it instantly became part of Ciara's redemption arc. The problem is that this came at Shelly's expense, as you see the divide online because of friendship with Olandra as well. You saw a lot of persons started to defend Ciara on Shelly's behalf. Mind you, Shelly was experiencing her own backlash with the mean girl trope sort of thing. Instead of being celebrated for her own individuality, even her bisexuality, that is an important thing there with that relationship with Ciara, and her bond with Ace, she was pushed into the role of a fixer. So Olandra was mummified, and now Shelly, after the villa as well, is still being put in a role of a fixer. Her grace was weaponized. I believe her grace was weaponized to make someone else look better. And this pattern we often see in Black women cast as the token front, expected to absorb others' mistakes and grant absolution. It's manipulative, which I am so disgusted with Ciara, and I can't believe we're still seeing this happen all this time. And it takes away the focus from the harm done and how quickly the harm can be forgiven, because she did harm the Asian community with her words. And as a lot of us saw that, believe that she should have stayed offline for a while, do the work behind the scenes, and then take a break. But she still, persists on being online and hoping that we forget about it. It's not for us to forgive, our community forgive. If that community does not forgive, you have to accept that's a fact. And as someone pointed out, her character is very telling. Her associations is very telling as well. But anyway, going back to it forces Black women to carry a burden of somebody else's rehabilitation, which, oh my God. While they have their own story, Shelly's own story was sidelined, but I'm glad today after seeing the Vogue, Teen Vogue article, it was nice that she spoke out about her experience. And you know what's crazy? I was on Instagram and in the comments, and someone was like, all women go through this or whatever. They had a unique experience to Black women in that villa. And to just swipe over it, well, all women, and that is what usually happens to us. Shelly did not ask to be part of Ciara's rebrand. She simply showed compassion because she believed that she's being a good friend. But let's be clear, her kindness shouldn't be treated as a PR for someone else. Black women deserves to be centered in their own right and not used as props in someone's redemption arc. I'm finished.
Amen. But can I ask a
That
quick
was
question?
beautiful.
Can I ask a quick question, N? Are you from Trinidad? One.
Oh yes, I am. Anika's my good friend.
Number two, are you a therapist?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank God, because I thought you were my therapist for a second there, because you sound just like my therapist. Your voice is very, very soothing, and I actually happen to love my therapist and her voice. It's very, very soothing, but she's from Trinidad as well, and I just wanted to be sure. So I was like, wait a minute, did you follow me for a second there? Okay, just kidding.
I feel like when you were on before, that somebody was like, I could just listen to N's voice all day long.
All day, I promise. It's something about those women's voices from Trinidad. It's crazy.
I love it. Yo, I love how much my life brings in all the Caribbean baddies. Ugh. I love it.
I love my Caribbean baddies. Tina, I'm gonna drop down into your comments to allow somebody else to come up, but I will be listening.
Okay, I do want to.
I don't know if I could speak again.
What'd you say, P? Sorry, say it again.
I don't know if I could speak again, but on like the Sierra bit again. Yeah, I just think that what many have said, like Shelly associating with Sierra so publicly, it truly gains her nothing. Like all the ways I try to flip it and like, dissect it, she literally gains nothing but like a worse public image, claims of not being a good friend, and like you know what I mean, and such and such. And it's just like there's only so much that like people who actually care about Shelly, and as much as they could care about her through like a parasocial lens, could take, because like you know what I mean, from all of this is just like extremely annoying. And it's like what do they call it, not double think, but like when you have to hold two things in your head at once, two conflicting ideals in your head at once.
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance that a lot of people I assume are feeling with Shelly, even me. And I still am like to the point where Olandra is my focus in a sense, because she's kind of the one that brought me in, but that doesn't mean I don't love Shelly, and I want them to soar high together. And I hope that she really does wake up to the fact that no, it's not even at least, she's being manipulated regardless. I mean, sometimes there's things that happen and we'll be like, oh, we can't really say, but no, this is very clear manipulation. You don't have to be in it to clearly tell. And I hope that Shelly wakes up to it. If not that, then her family like lets her know. I don't know if her family's like really locked in like that. I don't know. It's just really disappointing, but it really hurts me because I'd hate to see Shelly suffer for her good heart in a sense. It's just that it's not only, I think people think that like being kind and having a good heart is the only thing that matters, but you should have a good heart with sense. You know what I mean? Just giving second chances and graces to people regardless. That can sound nice, that sounds good, but then you just give it to people who don't deserve it or who will use it to hurt others or yourself. You know what I mean? So having a good head and a good heart is very important. So I hope that Shelly wakes up, or she comes to terms with it, or at least sets boundaries. It really sickened me when I heard about that Slorella, said like the C word. It hurt me definitely. I'm not even like Asian. I live in Asian communities. I live in Vancouver, a huge multinational, multicultural Asian community here. I've gone to school with these people. These people are my friends, so it hurt me personally. I was personally affected. That shit fucked me up. I won't say it fucked me up, but like it hurt me because like that's disgusting. That's a slur that is old. It's very old. It's very deep. It's tied to a lot of horrid things that have happened not only in the US but in Canada. So for her to be using it in the textbook case is just sickening to me. And I understand that like in the US you guys don't necessarily always have the tools to break down the history because of the defunding of like education. And even here in Canada, the education isn't always like to par. And even me, I understand that I have like I'm very curious, so I'm always learning. So I know the history, but not many people did. And I think I was really hurt by the fact that Slorella didn't take the time to educate others on what she said. Because if she did, it would have made such great waves. And I would have given her a little bit of grace, not all, because I'm not one to give her grace, you know what I mean? But that way, this could have been a learning moment, not for her, but for a lot of people. Because I heard a lot of people didn't even know that it was like a slur. You know what I mean? So she could have turned this negative thing into like a positive learning moment, but she didn't because she's selfish. That's what really makes me sick. So to me, that was the biggest sign. No, she's a selfish bee. You know what I mean? That's not someone you associate with because she's just gonna use people. And I don't want Shelly to be used at all.
Yeah.
No, I feel that. I appreciate that. I wanted to respond to some comments in here real quick. Yes, this is real. It is from Sierra's actual her story on Instagram. The name of the location is Sidebar. I can't remember who told me in here, but for additional context, apparently every Thursday night they have an event called Side Barbie. So it's not unusual for them to have an event called this, but it is interesting that they're doing it on a Saturday as she's coming into the bar. So again, feels very intentional by that marketing team to be fucking messy and to cause some dialogue, which obviously it's working, right? What else? Who else asked me something? I don't see it. Okay, if you asked me something and I did, oh yes, thank you, Kismet. Thank you. Can you share techniques for Black girls to sidestep mammification, please? So I'm gonna answer this question. I'm gonna bring you up, Jules, and let you share your thoughts. And then y'all, I'm gonna have to let y'all all share your final thoughts and then shut off the panel because y'all know my baby has a volleyball game, so I gotta go do that. I did see when she asked Vanna if she could wear braids on vacation and had. Anyway, don't get me started. The girl is problematic. The girl is problematic for a shit ton of reasons. Can I wear braids? Girl, if you gotta ask, you know the answer. Don't be stupid. The other one of like saying the actual slur, she outed her ex as being Lorella said that, Cha-Cha. So for me, it's like she has enough evidence at this point where it's just like, baby, you are not the move as a person, period. Yes, 404. Not the move as a person, period.
And don't forget to mention her best friend is racist too. I forgot her name. I think her name is, what's her name?
That one, I don't know her name, but I know you're talking about the girl. Yes, the girl that also distanced herself after 404 got outed. She also, so it's like Sierra Brooke. There we go.
Can I speak on that too? Because I thought it was crazy that like they downed her after like people found out, dug up, like not even found it because that was found weeks in advance, but you know, made it public in a sense. They were like, oh, we don't stand by this, we don't stand by that, and then like they were like downing her, and I was like, that's fucking insane, because like if she said it so perfectly in that story, and she said it before online, again, this must be in regular parlance because she's using it in the right way, you know what I mean, especially with the, you know what I mean. So y'all, it's most likely that you've heard her say, if not this word, then this word on top of other slurs or problematic things. And to me, it seems like y'all never checked it because y'all don't give a fuck. So what's up with the, oh, we don't support this, like they actually trashed her, and I was like, you know, y'all could have said we don't approve of what she said, we're gonna hold space for her, and like, you know, we're gonna educate her, and you know what I mean, like still like down what she did, but still like show that you guys are still gonna have her back. But no, they basically threw her away. So I was like, what the fuck, those are some fake ass friends. Friends. Oh, God. And then they show up to Mykonos when she flies them out like sisters. Be so fucking for real.
Yeah, on God. Okay, let me answer. So yes, K Boogie, I came on at 12. So we've been on for about 3.5 hours. I am going to upload this to YouTube. Y'all, a couple of things. Let me do a couple of housekeeping things. Sorry. And then I'll answer your question, Kismet. And then I want you to speak, Jules. A couple of housekeeping things. Number one, don't forget that at the top of my page, in my bio, there is a link to ask questions. There's a Google form. I answer all of those questions on Sundays. Okay. Chris also will join those lives on Sundays so that you can hear his perspective if you're curious about it. So you can indicate on the form if you also want to hear from him. You can ask questions about reality TV, pop culture. If it's something other than something I'm already watching, you just need to tell me the name of the show, the episode number, and what platform I can find it on, and I'm happy to respond. The reunion is on Monday, Mink. And then the other thing, you can also ask questions about like parenting, relationships, whatever. You can ask questions about any of those things. You also, there is a link to my YouTube there. If you subscribe, I am in the process of downloading all of my lives all the way back from July so that I can put them all over there. It is taking a long time because y'all, we be on here. We're called the Yappers for a reason because we be on here. Okay, so I am in the process of downloading them all and trying to get them posted onto YouTube for y'all to just be able to binge whichever ones you've missed over time. What else do you need to know? I feel like
Subscription tiers.
my subscription, so I do have 2 subscription tiers. Thank you so much, Kara. I do have 2 subscription tiers. So my first tier are the Yappers. That one is $2.99 a month, or if you're a new subscriber, it does discount it for you. If you do it for a year, it's like less than $30, I think. Beatrice, it's at CX limit, I feel like. But if you go to my top of my page, it's one of those links. It's 2 links there. One is to the Google form, one is to the YouTube. And okay, so the first tier is $2.99, and that one includes like sub-only live, sub-only chat, and obviously you get prioritized to be on my panel, and you get more time when you speak on my panels. And then there is the think tank that includes all the same thing. Obviously, you have your cute little stickers too. It includes all the same things as the lower tier, but that tier also will include a book club and a Discord channel. Even though I'm rethinking that, because I think a lot of my people don't maybe use Discord. And so I want to make sure that it feels most effective. So subs, actually check the sub-only chat after this, our little sub-only space, because I'm going to check in with y'all about what platform feels best. So, and that one is $5.99. Okay, that's housekeeping stuff. Okay, perfect, P. Okay, let me answer the question. How to help folks, daughters explicitly, right, avoid being mammified. Number one, like, don't presume that your kids know what this is, right? So like do a little bit of education. You can look at like Patricia Hill Collins. I can also like name some of the places that y'all I can make like a video with like really, let me check again, Beatrice. When you click it, it doesn't show that it's one more at the top. If it doesn't, I will go add it as soon as I get off of here. Thank you for telling me. Let me know if it doesn't show like one plus one more. Let me know. Okay, sorry. Make sure that you even know what it is and that you're chatting to your kids about what that is, right? And this looks like incorporating it into your daily life. So like I used to talk to my oldest daughter because I think she's the most because she is the oldest daughter. And for context, y'all, I have a son that's older than her, but he has a disability. And so she is like the oldest kid in a sense in the house, right? And so she's very primed for doing oldest daughter shit and being very self-sacrificing, right? And so I used to have to remind her about how we show up, right? That, that we don't have to be apologizing for everything, that we don't have to, it's not helpful unless people ask for our help, that we don't need to be like, this is not a way that we create connection to people, right? That we don't owe people this, right? And helping her to be and teaching her about, and I started this when she was like in the 1st grade. We started having some of these conversations in a developmentally appropriate way, right? So just like having sorts of conversations like that, creating and fostering a space with your daughters where they feel like they can talk to you about things so that you're able to spot certain things in their friendships. Oh, I wonder why your friend is acting like that. What do you think that might be? Oh, I think it might be this. Like really being able to have that dialogue back and forth with them. So like I've been able to name for her about friendship dynamics. Oh, it sounds like, she wants proximity to you because of this. Or it sounds like, don't be sacrificing yourself in this. Is that considered? I think it depends, K Boogie. I think it depends on, I would have to know more context. But because you're framing it as sacrifice, it makes me feel like you didn't feel like you were, like it felt like there was not a lot of reciprocity. You correct me if I'm wrong though. So potentially, and if you weren't getting paid, yeah, potentially I would say. So yeah, just like being able to point out certain behaviors, being able to, okay, so then yeah, K Boogie, I would be curious about other portions of that dynamic as well. Being able to point out certain behaviors that you notice in their friendships, you need to have a certain level of trust in that relationship for your kids to share so that you can be, okay? So just, I can make a video with more details about this, but really, y'all, it just boils down to, yes, like doing the education piece of having like, yes, some formal conversations around it, but then also being able to name when certain things come up, are you able to spot it so that you're then able to name it for them, right? Being able to include it in sort of those everyday conversations. Okay, Jules, please give us your thoughts.
I hate that I missed this. I'm at work, so this will be quick. I am just flabbergasted. Like, I was not expecting to go on my little 30 and see all of this happening. Sierra, what are you doing other than being the dumpy that you usually are? I really want Alondria to go on her Instagram and fly to Florida and post up with Nick and do what she did on live. My man, my man, my man, my man. Because obviously that ruffled some feathers. She now feels entitled to use the Bama Barbie's title for side Barbie, but I'm glad she knows her place. I'm glad she knows her place. I'm glad that she knows that she was the side chick. She was the side chick. She was never going to be the main. Um, so that's all I have to say for now. I have to go back in here, but thanks for having me up. Yeah, y'all keep Alondria in y'all prayers. Like they are really trying her. Like God is favoring her, but they are trying to get her. They really are. Like the attack is in full mode, but she won't be taken down.
Period. Thank you, Jules. Okay, y'all, my panel that's currently up here, do y'all have any more final thoughts as we wrap out?
Actually, I do.
Okay. Tata, will you share and I'll come back to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so mine is still on the Shelly situation, right? Because I just keep thinking of, like, in Haitians, we have a saying of sac de voyo, which is what our parents are always telling us whenever something bad happens, like, like who sent you? And I just keep thinking, like, okay, so imagine if Shelly gets, like, this really major brand deal, right? And then the Asian community sign a letter or petition and say they do not want her to participate because she associated with Sierra. Like, what are we going to say on her behalf then? Because we have like we have nothing to stand on. We can't defend Shelly, and I'm trying to find something to defend her, right? So I just keep thinking like fact their voice. But anyways, I just wanted to say, y'all, I had this weird little, I guess, fantasy of like Olandria meeting up with what's her name? Megan Thee Stallion and having a workout. Am I crazy? Am I being weird?
All have that fantasy. I think we all have the fantasy.
Because the second that she asked that question, I'm just like, Olandria needs to be working out.
Not gonna lie, Olandria should have lied and said, yes, I do X1Z, X1Z. She said it was homegrown. I was like, sister.
She did. She was like, it's your sorry, boo.
I know, but like, I don't know. I just wanted to see the two of them in the same. Maybe I'm being weird.
Though. You saw her abs doing the Agua Kefir like shoot.
Listen,
yo, I need that ab routine.
That's all I had to say. I was just thinking, am I being weird? I mean, I am bisexual, but
oh, but I'm not, and I would still love to.
I think we all are bisexual.
Okay, that's it.
Yes.
I'll be back tonight.
She could definitely get it.
Okay, anybody please share your thoughts.
I just found it very interesting that Sierra, although she has been fired from Love Island, chooses to still associate herself a lot to Love Island franchise and the image, because she didn't have to use that picture, or she should not greenlight that picture. Before I commented, I went and looked at her story, and I went back to Ulissa's Instagram and looked at her profile. With Ulissa, after I think some statement her cousin made, you never saw after anything with Love Island. You only see it in her stories highlight about Love Island. But when you look at Ciara's profile, she has a lot of things at the villa, a lot of blush. I remember they were commenting, share your makeup routine or your blush routine. It looks so good in the villa. She recently did that. She did that on a live. And now even at her photo, it's like, why? Although she was there for the longest, you were fired for a particular reason. I don't understand why you're still trying to associate with a brand that does not want you. And it's interesting that it's Sidebar. Why they had to add Sidebar and it's in Houston? She's literally playing mental warfare right now against Olandria, because if she continues to press, I think she's watching Nick and Olandria's relationship very closely to actually annoy Olandra to the point that it kind of creates a wedge between a relationship between Nick and Olandra. That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Anybody else? Any final thoughts? I agree. I
Yeah.
thought choice on the swimsuit picture.
Absolutely. So number one, I'm still not convinced that you're not my therapist, N. Sorry. Because it's just the voice is just way too similar. But that's a good thing. Secondly, it's the same. I feel like I just want her to wake up and just be like, mit famosu, like just put your big girl panties on and, handle your stuff if you want things to move a certain way. I know people like to say, I was in a live the other day and somebody was like, well, what's for you is for you and no one can stand in between that. And it's like, I totally agree. What's for you is for you. And, if we're talking about in the spiritual sense, yes, what God has planned for you will happen, but he also won't give you things that you're not ready for. And so if you want to be ready for, if you've got to prove that you're ready for it, you better prove that you're ready for it and let it get going. Other than that, question for you, Tina, is it Little Miss Manager's game today?
No, Miss Manager, honey, she wants to make the money, honey. She ain't doing all that running around and jumping and shit. It's
the assistant manager's game. Okay, so it's the assistant manager. Got it. So good luck to
in here. She don't know. I've seen her come in here, but I'm not gonna blast her.
Hey,
watching us, y'all.
Hey, Miss Manager girl.
We on tab.
But good luck to the assistant manager.
Thank you.
And hope y'all have a wonderful night.
Okay, P or my other panelist, woman, do you have any final thoughts?
Yes, my final thought is we have to just trust in Shelly and Alondra, making the right decision for themselves and just be there to support them. And hopefully, they will go to their aunties, right, for guidance to help them decide who is really best for them, And they're navigating something that's really new to them. They don't know how to really handle it. So we, as the older women, we need to show them grace and be their support system. But I'd like to ask you a question, all right? If you were able to join a platform or be in a platform like Love Island, would you have done it when you were that age?
Honestly, at their age, well, whose age? Alandria or the boys?
She's 27. She's 27.
Well,
that's a good mature age where you couldn't really handle it. The pressure. Well, I don't know. So when I was in my 20s, I was crazy myself. So I don't know.
Yeah, if I was 27 and my life had been different, I was already married with children by the time I was 27. If I was 27 and I was a single woman, no kids, no man, probably not. Probably not. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I probably would have been more of a Bad Girls Club.
What?
Addies.
I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. That would have been me. I would have been.
Why I can see you walking into a room? Hold up. Why I can see you walking into a room, clanking some pans, talking about it's time to get up. It's time to get up.
I ain't gonna sleep because of y'all. Y'all ain't gonna sleep because of me.
That would have been more my speed. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh wow.
Like a love show, personally.
Okay. Good to know.
Great question. Now he came in shaking his head, but he knows.
You know who he married. He know who he married.
Who the fuck did I marry?
P, did you have any final thoughts? Oh, you tried out for Real World Road Rules, Mika. Period.
Final thoughts. I think I'll speak on I think we really do need people to stop projecting onto Nicolangia and Loki, Shelly, and Ace, because it's just causing them a lot of problems, and no one's really thinking with no one's using their critical thinking skills. The switch is off, and it's extremely frustrating. I mean, I guess I should be fighting more on Twitter to control the narrative more. Because it seems like it's a handful of people who actually understand what the heck is going on. At least understand it more than most do. I think people are too emotionally invested, and I don't know if it's really emotional investment because I am emotionally invested. But I always try to keep a mental gap between myself and these people in a sense, because for example, people are like, oh, what if like, oh, why did Nick say, oh, if we're friends, lovers, or like, partners, he doesn't even like her? Like, no, he's only saying that because he loves Olandra enough to go at her pace, dummy. And he's saying all of these things. Those are very close personal titles. He's basically saying, baby, whatever. You don't want me? I still want you. I'm gonna be in your life regardless. He's in it. You know what I mean? So it's just like people always jump to like the worst, not even the worst conclusion, the most like unserious conclusion rather than like taking into context like everything else that's happened. They just look at the statement and don't like put it into context, and it's so frustrating. Um, so yeah, I think people just need to detach like emotionally, especially if they can't like contextualize things. Um, Considering the clip, Hilda's going to piss me off like severely. She like I don't know why she's acting surprised. You were close with Shelly and Olandra in the villa. We all leave. Everyone sees all the love and hate, right? Nick, it's to the point that Nick has to be taking Olandra's phone. She has to be watching like clips and edits of that her fans made, so that she can regulate herself emotionally. You know what I mean? Because the hate was so bad. You know what I mean? She literally mentioned seeing the George Floyd, I won't call it a meme, but that evil picture. She mentions that during a goddamn interview, right? And you still decide to go on that racist white lady's podcast and let her allow you to wreck yourself because you clearly didn't check yourself. You know what I mean? Talking all of this, right? Talking about your sad little backstory as if that's not gonna make me change how I feel about you. I'm mad at your actions. Actually, if like I believe everything she said when it comes to her backstory. I mean, besides like the bullying thing in the sense that like she finally stood up to her bullies and said, "Hey guys, that's actually not funny, sister. This is not Ginny and Georgia. It's not a show." You know what I mean, right? But when it comes to like her family stuff, I believe that 100% because that makes sense. Your behavior tracks with that. Okay, you were raised to be very male centered. You never really received backlash or punishment for your bad behavior. You know what I mean? You have strange issues with intimacy. You know what I mean? That all makes sense to me, right? And then you go ahead and say, yeah. She didn't even say, "Oh, I was bullied." She said, "Yeah, actually, looking back after hearing what everyone said, yeah, I really do think that I was bullied. I felt bullied. I'm so glad that other people saw that." So you mean to tell me that you came out the villa good enough that you were like cuddling up with Nicolandria, calling yourself Hilton, right? Fresh out the villa, seated next to Nick. Mind you, I think his first Snapchat was Huda, I believe, right at the villa. You know what I mean? Sitting next to Nick, you guys are chopping it up. You probably watched Nicolandria edits because they were sitting right next to you, watching them on the plane. They probably handed you the phone like, "Oh, Huda, look at this. Y'all are close, right? You're cuddled up with them in the B&B. Everyone's chopping it up. Everyone's comfortable, right? Besides Chris, maybe. I don't know. Maybe y'all dealt with that behind the doors or whatever, right? You go outside. No, mind you, the crazy thing is she even showed Amaya, "Oh, Amaya, I got this really great opportunity." It was probably the Call Her Daddy podcast. You show her that, and then you go on the Call Her Daddy, you call Sierra fake, which is, I mean, I agree, but she probably wasn't that fake to you. You know what I mean? You say that you were bullied knowing damn well, because I know you saw it. Because if you were able to see that people were saying that you were bullied, you were definitely seeing the racist abuse towards Shelly and Olandra, that you did feel bullied. Mind you, that's the one accusation that they're receiving right now. Mind you, Olandra and Shelly probably talked to you about it, right? Since you're their friend. You basically give your crazed ass child fans ammo to abuse them, and you're coming onto the goddamn a thing like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Not even "I'm so sorry," like, "Oh, I'm really sorry, Olandria." Of course she's fucking hurt. You betrayed her. You betrayed her. You could have sent out a little statement. Guys, I do not condone bullying of any of my castmates. That's sick and disgusting, and these are people I care about. You could have done that, right? You could have done. That's what I was hoping for. I was gonna forgive her low key for her transgressions when it came to the women. All of that, I was like, okay. I gave her some space because I was like, okay, that's in the villa. I don't know how she's gonna act. Once you've shown your face, I said, okay, hands are off. You're done. You know what I mean? And that's how everyone felt about you. That's why Olandra's crying. You broke her heart. She loved you. You know what I mean? You told Shelly she could come and visit your kid. That's a big thing. And then you won't even stand up for your friends. That's sick.
Yeah.
That's very sick. And they low-key tarnished themselves by especially Olandra, by cuddling up with you. People were asking her questions. Why the hell are you cuddling up with Hilda? I gave her space because, like, okay, she hasn't even watched the show. You know what I mean? It's just so self-centered, and she let people get into her head about her dumbass fans and like, oh, you know what I mean? She's so weak-minded. It's sad.
Yeah. She needs to be liked very, very like much, and ultimately it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like I'm ready for this reunion. I think that it actually might be pretty good. I am ready for it to be over in some ways. I'm ready for them to now be able to feel like they can finally like go off and actually live their lives without having to worry about having to hold things or keep things, right? Because we heard Nick say in the interview with Kiki, I've been trying to like hold some things until the reunion, or like, you know, trying not to. So like, I think they'll finally be able to go like, whew. I mean, both Alandria and Nick said what they felt was relieved, right? And she said that she felt like a burden was lifted. And so I'm excited to now see what they all get to do now that they don't have the Love Island like cloud over them anymore. I know somebody had asked me earlier, and I forgot until right now, like whether or not I thought Ace would be on Beyond the Villa. I don't think any of them need to go on Beyond the Villa. I'm watching Beyond the Villa. It doesn't really give, you know what I mean? Like, what I mean by that is, we're not in the same conditions, right? They're all living their lives, and so they're not forced to interact. And so the drama or the challenging relationships are not like being really displayed. It's kind of just like everybody kind of living separate lives and existing all at the same time in the same city. So it's not really like the same type of energy. And we're not really getting to see a lot where it feels like, as far, and not necessarily drama, I mean like even like just what's happening in their lives. We're not seeing enough where I feel like it's really advantageous for anybody to do Beyond the Villa. I would be shocked if they even did a second season of Beyond the Villa. So yeah, I hope she reconsiders as well. Initially, I wanted her on it to Beatrice. Before she even came out of the villa, I wanted her to be on it. But this was before, obviously, Beyond the Villa had dropped, because it didn't drop until after Love Island finished. And then once it is, Mika? For what? Okay, I'm sorry. Why? They know good and goddamn well they don't need no second season. The only way I could get with Beyond the Villa, and I've said this before, Fontaine, it's worth it if you're just interested in watching dynamics. Thank you. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I would say the only way that I think it would be worth it, and I've said this before, is if they took more of an approach of like, I don't know if y'all have seen like how they'll bring like the housewives together, like on like a little like vacation, and it'll be like housewives from different seasons. I think that could be cute. Like if they did like a week-long vacation together or something. And I think that could be more fun, watching them interact while also still getting to see more of their individual love stories. Because the reality is we bought into these people based on their love stories. And so Beyond the Villa hasn't really been able to focus a ton on that because like Cordell is traveling a lot for work. We see Janae and Kenny, but we all know what's happening with Janae and Kenny. We see a little bit of Leah and Miguel. I feel like we're seeing them like in pockets in their couple, but not really. And then a lot of the people, honestly, are not in fucking couples. Liv's not, Kendall's not, Kaylor's not, Aaron's not, what's the other boy? Connor's not. So it's like it's like all these singles and then 3 couples. So it's just not giving what I think they thought it would give, to be perfectly honest. So yeah, I hope they reconsider. But I'm gonna watch it if they are. I'm gonna watch it if they are. on the show, obviously. I honestly, Mia, I've enjoyed Mia and, I mean, not Mia, Liv and Kaylor. I've liked watching their dynamic. So, anywho, those are my thoughts, y'all. I'm ready for this reunion next week. I know that I keep always forgetting, y'all, that one of the people that I follow is going to stream it live. I think definitely not Brandy might stream it live. I think Connection Queens might stream it live if y'all wanted to like be on a live watching it with people. I'm not going to stream it live, but I will probably do a panel afterward, or at least come on and chat with y'all about it afterward. Okay, thank y'all so much for the likes. Thank you for hanging in the live with me. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the subs. I will see y'all later. Have a good rest of y'all's day.